Let me now remind you, dear brothers and sisters, of the good news I preached to you before you welcomed it then, and you still stand firm in it. It is this good news that saves you if you continue to believe the message I told you. Unless, of course, you believe something that was never true in the first place. I passed on to you what was most important and what had also been passed on to me. Christ died for our sins, just as the scripture said. He was buried and he was raised from the dead on the third day, just as the scripture said. He was seen by Peter and then by the 12 after that. He was seen by more than 500 of his followers at one time, most of whom are still alive, though some have died. Then he was seen by James and later by all the apostles, last of all, as though I had been born at the wrong time. I also saw him, for I am the least of all the apostles. In fact, I'm not even worthy to be called an apostle after the way I persecuted God's church. But whatever I am now, it is all because God poured out his special favor on me, and not without results. For I have worked harder than any of the other apostles, yet it was not I, but God who was working through me by his grace. So it makes no difference whether I preach or they preach, for what the same message you have already believed.
I'm here. Where am I? Why can't I see me? Wait, what? Can you hear me? Wait, I know why. I got an overlay on. That's why. Seriously? You guys, there's so much. Oh, I forgot to go change. Okay, so I'll go change here. Well, maybe I won't. I don't know. Anyways, so you guys, so much has been happening in Minnesota. And I've been praying a lot about how do I respond to what's happening in Minnesota? I have a cat. He just ran off. He keeps climbing all over my back. So you guys will meet little Mac. Little Mac attack. Come here, baby. Come here. Ah, he ran off. He's playing. Come here. He's so cute. Oh my God. Well, he's kind of an ugly little kitten, but he's my cutie patootie. So anyways, I have so much to show you. But what we're going to listen to today, because I made notes. Let's get them to my notes. We're going to go over, kind of as a stepping off point from what we were talking about last week. We know how, we were watching a bunch of that Rick Renner stuff about the end times and all this stuff, and how you see the signs more and more and stuff. Wow. I found a video, and I know that my pastor talks about David Wilkerson's 1973 vision that he had. And in this, I actually, Alpha and Omega Productions on YouTube put a video together that actually has, this is so crazy. It's so crazy, you guys, that actually has this guy's David Wilkerson's prophecy or vision. I'm saying it's a prophecy, but it's his vision that he's got. So he has this vision, right? And this is back in 1973. This is before a lot of this stuff was going on, a lot of stuff. I mean, you start, back in 73, there was a lot of stuff that was going on, like Pastor Rick Renner was saying last week, that back then you would see one or two or whatever, certain things happen occasionally, but it wasn't often. You didn't hear about it. It didn't happen all the time, like the earthquakes and tsunamis and violent type of weather. When I think about the weather, I think about the air. And I remember there's a verse in the Bible that talks about Satan is the prince of the powers of the air, right? Creepy. Anyways, I'm kind of tying all this stuff in, and I'm going, wait a second. If we're looking at this with, with the wisdom and understanding that we have now about, what was said, 2,000 years ago, and even before that, because I was listening to Nahum, because something was putting it on my heart. Go ahead and listen to the book of Nahum. It's only 3 chapters. This is just like, super um short book. I didn't listen to the first 2 chapters. I was focused on chapter 3. And so it reminded me of Ilhan Omar, oddly enough. And you know what? I will play the song for you. I'm going to see if I can. I didn't put a video or anything. I just made the song, and it's pretty badass. So maybe I'll do that like in the background. I don't know, on my phone or something, while this Wilkerson, I play this video for about David Wilkerson's vision. And I swear to God, you guys, it sure does line up with everything that I've been seeing. And the odd thing about this video was made 12 days ago. I have never seen it before. And so oddly enough, and I don't normally watch this Alpha and Omega Productions. I mean, maybe I have in the past. I don't know, but it just starts showing up, when you things that, you have in common shows up on your feed. That's the algorithm or whatever they want to call. I don't know how it works. Okay. Hi. Hey, what's up, Viper? What are you up to? Yeah, I'm live. Why? What's up? Yeah, I'm live. We're going to play that. I think I sent you a link about this video or this prophecy, and it was just incredible because it was just crazy. So I'm going to compare it to the woman of Ilhan Omar and the freaking crazy crap she's doing. She is nuttier than a squirrel turd, you guys. I swear to God, this new attack. I'm sorry, Lord, but you know what? If that was, I was like, that is so fake when I was watching it, and I hadn't seen anybody's comments or anything like that. I just seen Ilhan attacked, whatever. So I watched the Channel 5 video, and I'll play that for you later. The first thing that I see, right? And as soon as I see the video, I go, that's bullshit. That's all I said. I was like, that's fake. And then I go and I start looking at the comments out there, and even the locals are like, that is so fake. So they're all saying the same thing. And I'm like, well, okay, so it's not just me. I went into that on, what is that saying? Touching grass. Oh, okay. Back to my game. Oh, come on. This is going to be good stuff, Viper. Seriously. You should stick around and watch. Okay. Anyways, and then we're going to go into the propaganda that immediately came out, and it's in her whatever language she speaks, and we're going to do a deep dive into that because it's jihad. It's what it is, and we are going to prove it tonight. This is going to be a long stream, you guys, so get your I got Pepsi Zero. I hope I think it's got caffeine in it, because I forgot to go and get a Monster. But so we're doing sodas, and we're gonna be freaking videos tonight that we're gonna prove jihad is happening in Minneapolis, Minnesota. And I think, in my opinion, Ilhan might be part of the, well, you know what? I'll just let you decide. And then we're going to go and we're going to look at the body language expert. Didn't even know this guy does this like for a living. And he does and says something. And through all this, you guys, I promise you, you are going to be, your mind is just going, seriously, it's going to be amazing because your eyes will be open to all of it. What's that? Why is talking? Oh my God, shut up. Oh my God. You know what? We're not doing that. Hold on. I got to take care of business here. We're not doing that. Hold on. Let me do this. Okay, there we go. Done. We're done. We're going to do that. Sorry, I had to do what I had to do. We're not doing that. We're not having that. Chat fight. You guys, seriously. What's up? I'm sorry. What's up, Fred? I didn't even see you over there too. How are you, Fred? I didn't even see you over there. So it's good to see you. We're gonna have a good night. I hope you guys enjoy it. I put this all together, and I hope that I can present it in a good way. How many minutes are we're 10 minutes in? We should be good. Let's do this. Sorry, just fast forward, everybody, if you need to. All right. Let's I suppose it would help if I shared my screen. We're gonna do this tab, and oh my god, you guys, we're gonna go into the history of jihad. This is deep stuff, and I'm not kidding. You guys, if you're in Minnesota or you're interested in what's happening in Minnesota, let me tell you, I'm gonna prove to you. Okay. All right. Here we go. Yeah. Here we go. You guys, I love it. This is incredible. We're gonna play this regular speed. I'm gonna put up I'm gonna put up something that I'm trying to sketch. That's a vision that I had. I actually had a vision. So a vision for a vision, okay? And in this thing that I'm just sketching out, because I'm trying to get a feel for how I want to paint this. So I need to kind of do a sketch of what I'm seeing, so I know that I'm doing it the right way and how I want to present it. So I may make mistakes, but whatever. I hope you enjoy this. Here you go.
I believe, call it vision, a word from the Lord, 2 weeks in a row, every night, an awesome sense of calamity coming to the nation as a result of its sin, rampant sin. I talked about cars and houses not being able to be sold. I talked about a flood of filth on television that was coming, programs that would be incubated in hell. We're going to see the devil glorified on television. We're going to see nudity on primetime television. And it's the prophet Nahum's prophecy coming to pass. God said, behold, I'll pour abominable filth upon you. Now, that doesn't mean that God has a reservoir of smut and filth, but the devil does, and the Holy Spirit's been restraining it. But men are clamoring for nudity, streaking, filth, dirty television programming, and they're going to get it. Yes. I'm not a prophecy expert. I'm not a prophet. But I got a historical view of how...
Viper, you should pay attention to this. Because you need this advice, mister. It's obvious to me.
How God deals with nations who reach what I call flashpoints. When they reach these certain points of violence, for example, when the nation became violent, God said, I'll destroy it. And once again, all through the Old Testament, you eat violence. And every time Jerusalem, Israel, Babylon became violent, God destroyed it. I saw the moral landslide that happens, permissiveness and sexual morals, rampant homosexuality, all of these things. The prophet Nahum, for example, came to Nineveh. Jonah preached and Nineveh repented. 150-year reprieve was given to Nineveh. And all comes the prophet Nahum, and he said, now God's going to destroy you. And I'm going to give you 5 reasons. He said, you become an alcoholic society. Mm-hmm. You become drunken. He said, your men have become as women. Now that fits here today so much that we call it bisexual. Mm-hmm. He said, your leaders have become as grasshoppers. In other words, they won't make decisions. They promise everything to everybody. He said, you're running to and fro. Your shepherds have begun to slumber. They're sleeping. Mm-hmm. And your people are left empty and void and wasted. Now, how can God destroy Nineveh for these 5 sins and allow us to commit the 5 same sins rampantly and get away with it? There's no possibility of that. The prophet Azariah came to Jehoshaphat. He says, as long as you trust God, God is with you. The moment you forsake God, God forsakes you. And at that point, America's in trouble. And if we do not have from our government leaders now, we have congressmen who've asked us to vote for them. They're born-again believers. All right, then let them take their stand. Let them not be ashamed of Jesus Christ. Let Christ be integrated into the government. All right, then we'll see the Lord keep this judgment suspended. He'll keep withstanding. He'll keep withholding it. He's done that time and time again all through history. But the moment we break his commandments, the moment we become ashamed of his testimony, then black days. I talked about earthquakes hitting the nations in the world and drought conditions. And when it first came out, I lost an awful lot of support. People who thought I should stick to drug addicts. And I was consequently driven to my Bible. Even some of my very closest, dearest friends thought that I had gone off the deep end. And it came to the place where I really wondered if I had just dreamed this.
I saw a vision this past April, so frightening it staggered my mind. And for the past 3 months, I've tried to shake it off, but I can't do it. I've been terribly afraid to share this vision up till tonight for fear I'd be called a fanatic. In this vision, I saw 5 terrible calamities coming to America and the world. First of all, a worldwide recession caused by economic confusion. I saw in my vision at most a few more fat, flourishing years, and then an economic recession that's going to affect the lifestyle of every wage earner in the world. The world economists are going to be at loss to explain what's happening. Large and trusted corporations are going to go bankrupt. Many churches are going to go into bankruptcy. And some missionary projects are going to flounder. And one of the clearest messages I've ever received from God in my life is this: use the next few good years left to prepare for a financial crisis. Get your house in order because hard times are coming. Number 2, I saw nature having labor pains, supernatural signs and changes that can't be explained by men. Worldwide disasters that we're witnessing right now, I see as labor pains in nature, which are going to become more and more frequent and more intense the closer we get to the birth of the kingdom of God. I saw major earthquakes coming to the United States. I saw worldwide famine, especially in China, India, and Russia. I saw the world's food supplies completely dwindled and millions starving. I saw coming a new kind of cosmic storm appearing as a raging fire in the sky, leaving a kind of vapor trail. Tornadoes, hailstorms, floods, and hurricanes are going to pound the earth with such intensity and violence that all of mankind is going to have to admit the world is under supernatural siege. Number 3, a flood of filth and a baptism of dirt in America. I see the prophecy of Nahum coming to pass in the very near future. God said, I'll pour abominable filth upon you. This means triple X-rated movies on cable television after midnight. This means R-rated movies within the next few years on network television. This means our newsstands are going to be flooded with such filth that Playboy magazine will look like a puritanical piece of trash. It means sex education classes in school will be using animated cartoons and filmed dramatized sexual intercourse. And just when it appears there's going to be a successful campaign against smut, just when the Supreme Court seems to be ruling against pornographers, and when it appears the nation's returning to old-fashioned moral standards, suddenly the floodgates are going to swing open, and Satan is going to vomit filth out of hell, and it'll be just as it was in the days of Lot, and will vex the souls of God's most devout saints. A persecution madness against truly Spirit-filled Christians who love Jesus Christ has prompted me tonight to go into detail and share with you what I see coming in the way of persecution. Now, it was Jesus himself who told us to tarry for a Pentecost. Jesus himself told us the Holy Ghost would fall upon us. Jesus himself promised us power from on high. But it was also Jesus Christ himself who predicted persecution was coming for all true Spirit-baptized believers. Jesus predicted it. John 15:18. Jesus said, if you were of the world would love his own. But because you're not of this world, but I've chosen you out of the world, therefore the world will hate you. Remember the word that I said to you, the servant is not greater than his Lord. If they have persecuted me, they will also persecute you. If they have kept my saying, they will keep yours also. Now the purpose of this coming persecution that I see in the Spirit will be to separate and scatter the true believers from the false. Time is running out, and the gospel still has to be preached to all nations before Jesus comes. Now the Holy Ghost has been poured out upon thousands. But just as in the early Pentecostal outpouring, disciples still sit around singing and rejoicing and sharing only with each other. Among us are still those who talk in tongues and still live like the devil. But he's going to lay the axe to the root. He's going to separate the wheat from the chaff. He's going to scatter his seed to the far corners of the earth. And God's word will be fulfilled. 2 Timothy 3:12. All that will live godly in Christ Jesus shall suffer persecution. Number one, it's going to come as a persecution madness on the earth. I see now persecution coming such as mankind has never before witnessed. This will be a persecution of true Jesus believers, and it's going to rise like a many-headed monster out of the sea. It'll start slowly, subtly, coming at a time when religious freedom appears to be at a peak. But it's going to spread the United States, Canada, the entire world, and finally become a kind of madness. That madness is already upon us. The Antichrist spirit is entering the hearts of certain men in high places already. Government, in the judicial system, and it's led to a spiritual wickedness in high places. And this spiritual wickedness in high places will eventually and soon lead to an harassment, not only of officials, but those in churches, missionaries, and ministers. There's already evidence of this harassment. I see a time coming when nearly all evangelical missionary projects, all religious radio and television programming, all incorporated missionary societies are going to be so closely monitored, questioned, and badgered by government agencies, they'll be cautious and worried about moving or expanding in any direction. Number two, I see rising a super world church. I see the formation of a super world church council consisting of a union between liberal ecumenical Protestants and the Roman Catholic Church, joining politically hand in hand to create one of the most powerful religious forces on earth. And this union is going to start as a cooperative charities program, and it will end in a political union. This visible super world church is going to be spiritual in name only, freely using the name of Jesus Christ, but will in fact be anti-Christ and political in many of its activities. This powerful church union will be deeply involved in social action, tremendous charity programs, and ministries of compassion. Its leaders will make statements about meeting human needs. They'll send out a call for social action, political intervention, and a greater voice in world affairs. There's going to be, fourthly, a sudden, mysterious chain of events. Just when it appears the ecumenical movement is nearly dead, a rather mysterious chain of events will bring about the framework for this union. Rome is going to insist upon and receive concessions from the Protestant ecumenical leaders. The Pope will be considered more of a political rather than a spiritual leader of this church union. Protestant leaders of the ecumenical movement are going to insist upon and receive concessions from Rome. Protestants will not be asked to consider the Holy Father as the infallible head of the church. They accept his political leadership without accepting his role as Peter's successor. Now, I'm not suggesting that the Pope or any of these church leaders involved in the super church will be engaging in Antichrist activity. The Bible talks about something about that line, but I can't get into it now. The Bible, as far as I'm concerned, though, I see something that frightens me, the very core of my soul. I see an army of career people invading the most influential post in this super church. They're going to be ungodly, anti-Christ people, obsessed with the idea that this super church must become a big political power, strong enough to defeat anybody who opposes its actions. And while those that are in leadership are speaking about miracles and love and reconciliation, these hirelings who work under them are going to be harassing and persecuting every religious organization that does not come under their leadership. Fourthly, I see homosexuals and lesbians welcome to the super church union. I see this super world church in the guise of understanding accepting homosexuals and lesbians into its fellowship. Homosexual and lesbian love will be vindicated by the leadership of this church union. Homosexuals will not only be welcomed, but they'll be encouraged to continue in their practices. Homosexual and lesbian ministers will not only be ordained and given places of authority, they'll be heralded as a new breed of pioneer evangelists introducing new concepts of love and evangelism. I see in nearly every major city in the United States and around the world, homosexual churches catering exclusively to the spiritual needs of their own kind with full recognition from organized religion. Their Sunday school and church literature distributed to their children will suggest to teenagers that homosexuality is a normal and acceptable form of Christian practice. New dancing in the church. New dancing in some of these member churches will be excused as an artistic form of worship. Men are going to become worshipers of the creature more than the Creator. And God will be forced to give these kind of worshipers over to their sins. And as a result, many will be given over to reprobate minds, creating a new form of mental illness that will not respond to any kind of treatment. Now, God will not let that go unanswered. And although new dancing will not become widespread, it's going to be accepted by many church leaders in the future as a legitimate expression of worship. Next, occult practices within this church. I believe this super world church will condone certain occult practices. They'll set up study committees to defang the devil, to remake his image into one of non-entity, bland, someone not to be feared. Now, in some of the most respected, wealthy churches in America, seances will replace prayer meetings, and that's already happening. More and more ministers are going to be intrigued by the supernatural claims of the spiritualist and Satanist groups. And I see the day coming when certain ministers who've never been too close to Jesus will get very close to the devil. Satan is going to appear as an angel of light to deceive if we were possibly the elect, the chosen of God. I see a persecution through a media struggle. There's at present tremendous freedom for preaching the gospel on radio and television. Never the door's been more open to minister Christ in the media. Christians even own and operate their own radio and TV stations. They're at liberty to pray for the sick, raise money, and promote the gospel in any way they see fit. But watch out. Persecution and harassment is already beginning. There's a sound of change in the air. Christ-centered radio and TV programming will become the target of satanic forces determined to force every one of them off the airwaves. Already, there's a behind-the-scenes movement to establish a kind of rating system for all religious radio and TV programming. And the liberal leaders of this super church council will soon attempt to establish a kind of screening board and force themselves on the FCC as the final authority on all paid and sustaining religion on the media. They want no program to be aired without their approval. The doors that are now wide open are slowly but surely going to close. Christian radio and TV stations should begin to expect persecution and harassment. And I see Satan trying to bog down these programs and stations in red tape, legal proceedings, and tax problems. And Satan will use every tactic at his disposal to remove all Christ-centered programs from the media. And the message I have for all of you who minister in the media is this from the Holy Spirit. Work while it is yet day, for the night cometh when no man can work. And that's a message for the media. Persecution from Hollywood. Watch for Hollywood to step up its attack against true religion with more expose-type films. Revivalists and evangelical ministers are going to be stereotyped as Elmer Gantry's, charlatans, cheats, money-mad comedians. More and more movie makers are going to attempt to debunk our morals. Gospel-preaching churches and ministers are going to come under special attack, while at the same time, the occult and witchcraft will be glorified and sensationalized. Next, persecution from television comedies, TV comedy shows. The Holy Spirit has shown me will become bolder and bolder and will poke fun at Christ and all true Christians. Comedy writers are going to strike out blow after blow designed to put down sacred traditions. And eventually these shows will be punctuated with four-letter words, and anything will go on television. Television programmers will become absolutely blasphemous, and millions of unbelievers will sit in front of their TV sets laughing and mocking as subjects once considered sacred are undermined and mocked and ridiculed. Talk shows everywhere, movies, theaters, debunking, placed in his blood and glorifying the devil. You can expect the faculty to be infiltrated by teachers and professors who have become the unwitting tools in the hands of Satan to undermine the foundations of faith and leadership.
It's going to sound like today,
Satan
huh?
is going to attempt to wrest the leadership of these schools and institutions out of the hands of true men of God and place them in the hand of compromising liberals who will not attempt to check the movement toward agnosticism. The leadership of Christian educational institutions had better prepare themselves for difficult times financially and spiritually. Is under control. We hear earthquakes, famines, pestilence, hailstorms, killer heat waves, floods, drastic weather changes are breaking all past records. It looks like nature's out of control. But God's word has clearly predicted it would happen. The wrath of God is to be outpoured on this earth through an unleashed fury of nature, because God is warning mankind that judgment is coming, and these are labor pains, and the closer we get to the birth of his kingdom, more frequent and intensive we'll get until the birth of the kingdom of God. You and I and everything that touches us is now under his control. No matter how things look in this drunken world, all things are still working together to everyone who loves God, called according to his purpose. All right, let the dollar fail. Let the depression or recession come. Let there be unemployment and pollution and inflation and wars and rumors of war. Let the fabric of society disintegrate. For the true child of God, everything is under control. It doesn't matter. Nothing can harm you. He said, look up and rejoice and be happy.
I am Alpha and Omega, the beginning and the end, saith the Lord, which is and which was and which is to come, the Almighty. He which testifieth these things saith, surely I come quickly. Amen. Even so, come, Lord Jesus.
Let me find the, okay, here we go. So that was the end of that, but let's see. There was some more I want to show you guys. You can hear me, right? Okay, let me pause this. I'll put my face up if I can find me. I'm like all just actually, you know what? What we're gonna do is let me see. What I want you guys to kind of hear is, well, you know what? Let me share this. I'm going to share this little video about he talks about jihad. This is actually a little clip from the video that I'm going to play in a little bit here. And we're actually going to play that video, I don't know, maybe on 2 times the speed, or maybe I'll play it towards the end because it is a pretty long video and we got so much to get to. But it's kind of, he explains jihad. So let's let me play this for you real quick.
Has no historical ends. Principles of human, the idea that most Muslims today are not waging jihad means that they are therefore democratic pluralists who accept the principles of human rights that are enunciated in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights of the United Nations of 1948 remains at best unproven and has no historical antecedents whatsoever. There was, all through the history of jihad, state warfare by Islamic entities against non-Muslim entities solely because they were non-Muslim. We see this right from the beginning. Muhammad, according to Islamic tradition, is supposed to have died in the year 632. And almost immediately after that, the armies came out of Arabia and conquered the Middle East and North Africa. Very soon they conquered Persia, which was one of the 2 great powers of the day. And they attacked the other great power of the day, the Eastern Roman or Byzantine Empire. And by 732, 100 years after the traditional date for Muhammad's death, they were, of course, in central France, fighting at Poitiers or Tours against Charles Martel, Charles the Hammer, who stopped their advance. And they besieged Constantinople, the great city of the Eastern Empire, first in 675, then again in 717. All the while, thus fighting against Europe from both sides. And this book is the first to discuss this at tremendous length in a narrative fashion, they were also pressing the jihad into India. And Wade has no historical ends, principles of human, the idea.
He's just gonna go and say that all over again. I'm trying to pull myself back up here, but I only have 3 screens, and so I'm really trying to work with that. And it's not working very well. Okay. So we're gonna watch most of that later. I just wanted to give you a little tidbit about what he's trying to tell us. He starts telling us all about Islam after what happened after Muhammad died. And he starts to explain what jihad was and what it's really good. And it's very important that anybody who's in Minnesota know this information. Our officials need to know. Our president needs to know this stuff. And I think that everybody kind of does. There's so much that's been going on, and I didn't even get a chance to pull up what Marco Rubio was talking. I think it was on the Faulkner Focus today, and he's so eloquent in the way he speaks about Venezuela and what's happening there, and also about what's happening over in the Middle East with Iran and the things that are happening over there. So if we get a chance and I can find it, we'll do that too. But so last night, how do I want to do this? Okay, last night I was minding my own business, and all of a sudden I have like way too many things coming up here. I can't function like this. It's driving me bonkers. That one, this one. I got to put this over here because otherwise I can't see where I have a bunch of different things. And I can't see the whooping out dollar bills. What? Oh God, I'm way behind in the chat, you guys. I apologize. It's way over here and I can't see it. Maybe I should put it over here. That might be better. Let's put it over here. Sorry. Listen, watch out those commies. Yes, those commies are awful, I'm telling you. But let me see. I don't even know how to prepare you for all of this. You know what? Okay, you know what? We're gonna go with. I'm gonna show you what I seen after. I don't know why I don't have the correct video up. Here you go. Maybe it's this one. Yeah, here it is. Okay, so I'm gonna share this tab. Here we go. This is what I seen last night. It was like last night after it happened, and I was like, "What?" And then a few hours later, I was, up and I was just scrolling through. And then there was this meme or this whole video meme propaganda right afterwards. But check this out.
Rushing Congresswoman Ilhan Omar and spraying something on her tonight. This happened moments after Omar called for ICE to be abolished. Ben Henry is live in Minneapolis. What have you learned, Ben?
Kevin Lindsay, we know that man has been arrested by Minneapolis police and he is in jail tonight. In a late statement, the representative said she continued with the town hall, finished her speech, even took some questions because she is not going to let bullies win. Let's show you that moment once again. We actually have 2 angles, and this time you will hear the final comments the representative made right before it happened.
And DHS Secretary Kristi Noem must resign or face impeachment.
Look at these people. people in the audience as well. They're not
happy, clearly at one point even cocking back
They're
to
not
throw
even-
a punch before her team got involved there. I was able to speak to a representative,
It's like
a member of the
bad
representatives team who says she's
slow-mo.
doing okay. In fact, she continued with her
Slow-mo,
speech just 90 seconds after all of that went down.
He's
That
running
guy was still
over
in
the-
the
That's
room getting
real
carried
time,
out by
guys.
her team when she continued on. She was at the Urban League Twin Cities for a town hall. Minneapolis police say an unknown substance was sprayed on her from a syringe and that they are investigating it. Now, since then, there have been some social media posts from folks who were there, including from council member Latricia Vita. She was sitting right next to the representative when this happened. She said that she's still shaken up by this. Also made a comment about that substance.
Sorry.
She said it was pink and it smelled very bad.
It was
I was
not
able to
pink, it
speak
was
to an
yellow.
MPD officer
Like,
outside
it
of the event who said that no other incident happened here. And of course, we are working to learn more about who that man is that charged at the representative. There's a lot of response coming in tonight, including from the U.S. Capitol Police, who say they are working with their federal partners to make sure the most serious charges possible are filed against this man to deter this kind of violence from happening again. Kevin and Lindsay.
All right, Ben, thank you for that breaking news update.
Really? Really, Ilhan? Are you freaking joking with me? I wasn't the only one. I started looking at from all angles. Maybe I'm thinking, what? Maybe I'm just being overly critical, is what I was thinking. So I didn't look at anybody's comments before I made my own judgment that I'm like, that looks fake as hell. I mean, there's so many things about that video about how the guy slowly stumbles up there, but she knows exactly what she's going to do, and she's got a pen in her hand like she's about to stab him, but she resists, and then her, what is that, a bodyguard or super suit, I don't know who that was, comes up and, we got to get you out of here. We got to get you, like she's a fucking damsel in distress. But this warrior queen steps up and decides, no, the show must go on. Bitch, please. No, just shut up. Just shut up. You ain't, ma'am. You ain't fooling nobody. I'm sorry, but you guys. It was so bad. And I was like, you gotta, is this a joke? Is it, she's not serious. So, and I want to prove something to you, because this I found very interesting. Where's the video? That's not it. This, is this the one? Let me find the right video. Because you gotta see this. Oh my god. Do I have it? Is this the one? I don't even know what these guys are talking about. We're gonna watch it though. Let's share this one, because I want to see what, I never got a chance to see what this guy said, and I have to find the video. Damn it. I feel like the Lord's showing me something else right now too, who's in on this shit. And I don't even want to say, because I don't want to just throw empty accusations. I want some proof behind stuff. So let's watch this video. This was another, people pointing stuff out. I don't know what this
federal
said.
charges to be filed by the U.S. Department of Justice as early as the end of the night tonight or tomorrow against Kaczmarek. The Capitol Police are part of this investigation, so is the FBI, but this happened in Minneapolis, so the local authorities are all part of this too. Ilhan Omar appears unhurt, uninjured, but that's somewhat beside the point here. I mean, there's just somebody who had access to her, could have done her more harm, and sprayed a mysterious liquid at her. The Capitol Police have emphasized here, Major, this is the tip of the spear. The threats against members of Congress are up nearly 50% in 1 year. That's bonkers. From 9,000 to nearly 15,000. Oh, by the way, several years ago, it was as low as 2,000 or 3,000. This is a lot for them to get after, about 40 threats a day, the latest of which was caught on video in Minneapolis.
President Trump suggested by one way or another that the Congresswoman may have staged this attack. Any evidence of that?
U.S. Capitol Police say they've seen nothing to indicate that, but the president's saying it sure did provide kindling for conspiracy theorists online to socialize that and circulate that far and wide.
We mentioned on this program earlier this week, Maxwell Frost, member of Congress, Florida, sucker punched, it sounds like, at the Sundance Film Festival over the weekend. What more do we know about that?
He says he was punched in the face. There's an investigation underway, charges pending. But this also is a microcosm of a broader issue here, where the U.S. Capitol Police say, in so many words, our politics are at a point now where these threats are spiraling.
Oh, yeah, no. So what's going on is she's trying to look like she's the victim. This is totally planted. Let me show you what I was like, what the hell? Here we go. We'll do this one. Look at this. This is what I was talking about. See this propaganda afterwards, you guys. This is ridiculous. Let me see if I can. 1:17 in the morning. Hey, look at that. So, watch it one more time. So then I start looking at the comments. You guys, you can't make it up. This is local stuff. These are locals that are doing this and saying these. A lot of this stuff is local people. So I just want you to see this. Look at how she reacts. She stops. Look at those people behind her. Here we go. You'd think with acid attacks, here I go. I pull up the freaking comments. Well, you know it wasn't. Oh, I look like fake pee. You'd think with acid attacks, lethal drugs floating around, hell, just chemicals in general. What else did they say? Oh, come on. Go. Oh, well, I guess I didn't. I actually have clips of them. I must not have pulled them up, and I don't want to go to my thing to try to find it right now. Well, there was something on one of these that captured my attention. It's coming up here. I'm going to try to stop it where it's at. Mama Lion, don't play. When you attack the wrong woman, okay? Look at all these camera angles and all this stuff. They had every camera angle there. And I want you to watch to see who's surprised and who's not. I mean, look at that. Look at how scared the lady is sitting in the chair. But then these people are just all kind of just watching. They're not freaked out. They're just kind of looking. She doesn't even have a shocked look on her face, right? Here we go. What's this? Say it again.
She was at the Urban League.
Look at that. After she said something about Kristi Noem, he responds with a comment about Secretary Noem. He says something about, you aren't going to do nothing to her. Well, comes to find out, he's part of this huge leftist organization network thing. He's one of the his whole family's in on that. I mean, there's, you guys, it's so bad.
Twin Cities for a town hall. Minneapolis police say an unknown substance
Look at how the people behind, they're not even doing anything. They're just sitting there. Nobody's, So what we're going to do now, because Actually, let me see if I can find the part in this video. It had some words in it that concerned me. Okay, it is, again, let's do this one, share this tab again. Don't mess with her, right? It says, you mess with the wrong congresswoman, now face the wrath of Ilhan Omar. After that one, there was some words. I don't think it's this one. I thought that it was, but it's not. So we'll just go back to this one. Let me pull this up. So there were some words at the bottom of one of these. And so I decided I'm going to look up these words and what they were talking about. And on the bottom, it had the caption, Nakabi Kugardi. So I look it up, right? I'm like, what is this? Is a Somali phrase commonly used in political context, often seen on TikTok. Okay, so that makes sense. Nakaba, the enemy, the foe. Kugardi, guard against, watch, defend against the enemy or the foe. So basically, Ilhan is guarding against the enemy or the foe. The enemy of who? The foe of who? Of her? Of what? Somalia? Of what? Okay, translation. Guard against the enemy or keep watch on the enemy. Who's the enemy? The federal government? That's the enemy? Is that what she's saying? Contextual meaning. It is often used as a phrase of support, encouraging a leader or group to remain vigilant against their opponents. Okay, no problem. So then it goes on. It's wait, let me go back to that. There was something else that said Puntland. So I'm like, what the fuck is Puntland? Didn't know what Puntland was. So Puntland says it's a semi-autonomous state in northeastern Somalia, established in 1998 and operates under a hybrid parliamentary presidential system with a 66-member parliament. Politics are currently defined by high tensions following President Saeed Abdullahi Deni's January 2024 re-election. Disputes over a shift to one person, one vote elections. How many were they getting? What the I don't know anything about this Puntland semi-autonomous state. Anyways, but one of the videos, God, I wish I had it right up here. Actually, let me see if it's that next video. No, it can't be. It wasn't this one. Okay, was it this one? I think it might be this one. It was on the Somali network stuff. Let me see if I can download that one and play it because it's not playing. Here you go. Oh my God, you guys. This is just another angle. Look at this. Here's another angle. I tried to capture these because I figured they were going to get scrubbed. So let's do that. Let's take that off. Check this out. Check this video out real quick. It's only a minute. Look at how they're holding this guy.
Against each other.
No handcuffs. Her security has no handcuffs. There's hardly anybody inside there. There's hardly anybody inside this thing, right? Well, you know what? Can I tell you? These people put out, I got a thing on my phone saying that they were going to have this last minute town hall and it's open to the public, but they weren't announcing where it was going to be. You had to register for it. That means your name, your full name, your address, your phone number, your email, all of it. You needed to add all of that information in order to be there. So anybody that was in that room, she had all their information. Apparently they were supposed to verify, and I think I might have taken screenshots of it. So I'll see if I can find that. But I find this very interesting. Let's watch the rest. We'll play it again here.
This moment in U.S. history, particularly in Minnesota.
Us against each other. Ready to go home.
Good job, guys.
People are wondering, that doesn't seem real. It doesn't
This
seem.
moment in U.S. history, particularly in Minnesota.
Ready to home. Us against each other. Ready to go home.
Just flipping weird, right? So then, after I read the Puntland, I'm like, I got to go a little bit deeper. Key aspects of current Puntland politics include leadership and elections. Saeed Abduli Deni secured a second-term election or second term in January 2024, becoming the first re-elected leader in the state's history. This election followed violent disputes in 2023 over a proposed shift from clan-based voting to a universal suffrage system. Sounds like Iran. Everybody must suffer. Equality. Fucking, oh, sorry. I don't mean to cuss. I'm trying not to cuss. Sorry. So then I go and I read on. Federal regulations in March 2024, Puntland announced it would act as an independent government, withdrawing from federal decision-making processes in Somalia. This was in response to proposed constitutional changes in Mogadishu, which Puntland leaders argue were illegitimate and overly centralized. Hold on, guys. You see, they're not even going to listen to their own federal government, these Puntland people, right? There's more. There's more, you guys. You're going to love this. While the internal dynamics, while traditionally stable, the state has recently faced political fracturing and security challenges, including clashes between government forces and opposing groups. Sound familiar, guys? It's like she's recreating what's going on in Somalia here in Minnesota, in Minneapolis, and its surrounding communities. That's what it's looking like to me. So then I go on. Look at the fucking flag of Puntland. Did you see Minnesota's new flag? I'll show you here in a second. The government structure. The government consists of a president, executive, and a 66-member parliament that elects the president. Okay, so there's that. And then it says Puntland, the Puntland state of Somalia is a semi-autonomous state that considers itself to be part of Somalia, despite not accepting the legitimacy of Somalia's current governing administration. Sound familiar, guys? It was formed in 1998 and is a federal member state of Somalia. Puntland is located in the northeast of Somalia. Its capital is the city of Garowe. I don't know how to say that. In Nugal region. I don't know if I'm saying that right either. The region had a population of 4,334,633 in 2016. Well, you're going to have a few more coming back because, okay, I don't even want to look at their coat of arms, but I want you to look at that flag. And let me pull up Minnesota flag. You guys have seen this, right? Images. Here we go. This is the new Minnesota flag right here. Okay. You see that? You see that? You see that? That is the new Minnesota flag right there. Right there. Oh, let me see if I can get a bigger picture here because let me go back a little. Flag. Here we go. Oh, God. It's so bad, you guys. It's so flipping bad. There we go. Okay, let me take this off. Oops. What did I do? Here we go. Share this tab instead. There we go. Here we go. We're going to take this off. There it is. See that? Make me sad. Make me mad. Sad. Oh my God. I get mad thinking about it. It's just this. I can't. See how they got that angle in there? That's a psychological thing for probably the LGBTQ plus LMNP, whatever that is, to, say, oh God, you guys, you see what I'm seeing? I'm connecting these dots for you. Now, what we want to do, I'm going to, you got to see this guy. We're going to talk with this guy here. This guy tells us everything we want to know. Jesus Enrique Rosas. The Jesus Enrique Rosas show. He nails it. He says everything I am thinking. I'm sorry, did I miss a comment over there on YouTube? Oh, yeah. Well, how's it going, Ty? Good to see you over there. Anyways, okay, so here we go.
So we are ready to address that whatever happened to Ilhan Omar, that this guy threw some kind of liquid on her, and her reaction, people are saying that this was staged, that this was faked. Oh, she's Somali, so yeah, there's a non-zero chance that this was a stage, but was this really staged or not? That's what we are going to address right now. And by the way, I don't support any of these attacks. I think that the real battlefield should be of ideas and not throwing things at people. We should battle their ideas, not the people. That is the single most important thing that I can tell you about this.
Okay, so it says he posts Ilhan Omar's. This is her courageous thing. I'm okay. I'm a survivor, so this small agitator isn't going to intimidate me from doing my work. Don't let the bullies win. Grateful to my incredible constituents who rallied behind me. Minnesota strong. Hey, girl. No. We don't believe you. All right, I'm not going to interrupt this guy. I'm just going to put the rest of my art video up, and you can watch this and listen.
For now, let's address the videos. Ilhan Omar, I'm okay. I'm a survivor, so this small agitator is not going to intimidate me from doing my work. I don't let bullies win. Grateful to my incredible constituents who rallied behind me. Minnesota strong, okay? Yeah, that was, I, for one, I am glad that nothing happened to her. It was the liquid was nothing, but let's address the real circumstances. Breaking: unknown individual just charged up to Ilhan Omar in the middle of a town hall event and sprayed her with some kind of substance. Let's see. This is one of the videos, and let's see all the angles.
And DHS Secretary Kristi Noem must resign or face impeachment.
Okay, you see there was a first reaction. We have other angles when we can see the attacker. It's going to be the first one. And she had just said that Kristi Noem should face impeachment, right?
Impeachment.
She has said that?
Kristi Noem must resign or face impeachment.
Kristi Noem must resign or face impeachment. It is, of course, interesting. I'm just going to say that it's interesting that the attack occurred at such a precise moment of her speech. It's not a yellow flag, not a red flag either, but it's interesting. Just going to address, it was interesting. So that's when the attack happened. She pauses, and then that's when she gets the liquid. The liquid appears to just hit her in the chest.
Okay, I gotta say something else.
Not on the face.
Hold on.
All right, and she looks at the attacker and then begins immediately walking at the attacker. I'm gonna play this clip. This was on Fox News.
Okay, I just want to say that she continues on with this liquid on her shirt. If this was a real attack, I'd be like, gross, what is this? I'd be thinking, no, this is, possibly urine and can carry disease. No, just what? And so she convinces her security to let her go on. The show must go on, you guys. Watch this.
And immediately the security went on him, and okay, that's what we could see. At least the liquid was not on her face. Some people like Anthony Brian Logan, Ilhan Omar looked directly at the guy and nodded before he sprayed that stuff on her. So many people are saying about the nodding. We're going to zoom in and make sure that we see any sort of nodding. This is the guy. You can see him right here. This is his head, and this is his shoulder. He was sitting in front row, right in front of her, literally right in front of her. He was right there. It was like a couple feet away from her. And let's watch the entire attack sequence.
Abolishment of the agency. ICE cannot be reformed. It cannot be rehabilitated. We must abolish ICE for good.
See that the guy is not clapping or anything. He has a bit of a restless attitude.
And DHS Secretary Kristi Noem must resign or face impeachment.
See
and that's
him
what
in
you
her
got.
peripheral?
So I'm gonna zoom out and play this again. Because again, it's like he was expecting for that to
no peripheral vision whatsoever, Ilhan? Is that what you're telling me? His slow motion get up. He's standing right in front of you, ma'am. She's faking. This is all bullshit. Oh my god, I'm sorry. It's just so stupid.
happen. I don't want to jump to conclusions like that. We're gonna zoom in on Omar's face, but let's take a look at this from both angles, because the angle changes. They have many cameras. That is very convenient.
Face impeachment.
What did he say? I didn't understand. What did he say? What did he say? Yeah, it was a very it was interesting. I say a couple of things that are interesting. First is the way that he stood up. He went to attack her with the liquid and just pointed at her chest. Okay, I'm not gonna say that I was expecting it to point at her face, but that is usually what this kind of attacks do. Even if it is great that it's not acid or anything of that, thank God. But it was that you have a syringe, you could aim to, I don't know, make it the attack more spectacular. You're gonna get arrested either way. The liquid is harmless, so why not just spray the liquid on her face? So it seems that the liquid had this foul odor. Was interesting. So that I found that odd. Second, the way that he stands up
or face impeachment.
And she immediately, I think even before we address the nodding, I would say that the way that she instantly, I wouldn't say that not even 1 second in, she begins walking towards the attacker. I found it really odd. Why? Because you always need a couple seconds to process what is going on. And that couple seconds, 1 or 2 seconds, that you're startled, you're processing, your brain is processing what just happened. Adrenaline just hits you like a ton of bricks. And that's when you basically act. Okay, you can act in a number of ways, and I have to say this. Some people are saying, how can people criticize Ilhan Omar for reacting bravely if we had a brave reaction from Trump when he was almost assassinated? Can it be the same? I would say something that maybe you can interpret in one way or another. Nobody can tell how are you going to, let's say, react in those couple seconds, but you literally need the couple seconds to react. And that's what I find odd about Ilhan Omar. She didn't even take a couple seconds. Notice this, okay? There's the liquid going on her. Okay, she flinches. And after she flinches, she immediately, it's not even 1 second in. I'm going to measure this. I'm going to measure exactly from the moment that she flinches. Okay, she flinches here. I'm going to mark this in my software. And then she begins walking. Yeah, walking already. That is 1 second and 6 frames. That is, little more than 1 second. That took 1 second. 1 second from the instant the liquid fall on her and she began walking towards the attacker. I mean, I have been studying reaction times since, well, I have memory, like from decades ago. This simply doesn't work like that. I mean, this doesn't work like that. You might, okay, maybe you are, you have the impulse to go after your attacker. You can have that impulse. That can happen. But the timing, and you can say, maybe you are watching this, you see, you just said that nobody can know how you're going to react in that scenario. And I'm going to say that again. Nobody can tell how you're going to react in that scenario. Maybe you're going to back off, which is the usual thing that you're going to do. You're going to assess what happened to you. But what kind of, I think that is the most common response. What happened to me? Okay, what is that liquid? Did that liquid go somewhere? Because the first thing, if that happened to me, the first thing that's going to go through my mind is acid. Was this an acid attack or what? Am I in danger? Or is this something? Is this something that I'm going to breathe? That is the first thing that is going to go through my mind. And I'm not even a congressman of the United States. So maybe the other reaction is that you could go after your attacker, but not after just 1 second. Being that can't happen that fast. And I would like to know my other brothers in body language. Maybe the behavior panel can chime in on this. Maybe they can have, maybe I don't know, Spidey from the behavioral arts can I don't know, think about this, about that reaction time. 1 second. 1 second, I have 1 second here and 6 frames exactly in my software. In my opinion, in my professional opinion, that's not enough for you to process everything that just happened to you and just go for it. Go at the attacker, which basically is still holding the syringe on his hand, is yelling at you. So at any moment, you don't know what is the liquid that he just threw at you, and he could aim for the face this time. So that makes even less sense right now. Oh, how she was so brave. I wouldn't say that is brave. That is reckless. Again, someone can react in a reckless way, but the timing, I don't know. The timing, in my opinion, the timing is more damning than anything else. Now, let's take a look at that nod that people are saying that she nodded right after she said the words, Kristi Noem must resign or be impeached. She nods.
Or face impeachment.
Okay, she does some kind of nod. All right.
Impeachment.
Okay, she does this nod. And people are saying that was the signal. I think that, let's say that you hire this guy. You pay this guy a couple of $100, and you tell him, I'm gonna take you out of jail after this. We're gonna deal with everything. That is in case this was staged, right? That is in the possibility that this is staged. This was staged. You're gonna pay this guy a couple $100 or a couple $1,000, I don't know. And you tell him you're going to wait for the signal. All right. I see the signal so subtle, if the signal was the nodding, that there is 100 moments that she could have been speaking and she could have done a signal like that and be misinterpreted for that signal. If there was a signal, the signal would have been talking about Kristi Noem to resign or be impeached. It's easier to tell the guy, wait until she says those words and then attack. And notice what is happening in this very analysis, in this very video. They knew people were going to go through this video over and over again. The body language guy was going to analyze this. The body language guy was going to play this clip over and over again. And what does this clip say?
Noem must resign or face impeachment.
It's like I'm playing this. I'm playing Ilhan Omar's words over and over again.
Secretary Kristi Noem must resign or face impeachment.
It's like the message is that how convenient that the clip that we are all playing, everyone, whether you're analyzing this at your home or you're watching my show, thanks for being here, says a very specific wording that is going to be repeated over and over again. I mean, that is, we have two things. The first one is the timing of reaction that I don't buy it. The nod, I wouldn't even qualify that as a yellow flag, because this is an easier signal, which is when I say Kristi Noem, this and this, then go for it. If it's a stage, I'm not saying that this was absolutely staged, but we had two things that that basically are way too perfect. And the way that he stands up, the way that he did not aim for her face again after he had the chance with a non-lethal, harmless liquid. I don't know. This is very, very suspicious and very convenient that we play that clip over and over again. Wow, based on this clip, there's actually non-zero chance that this was a stage. That nod is awfully conspicuous. There's another angle in which the nod, we can see the nod in better quality from one side. Let's watch this anyway.
Or face impeachment.
Okay, I say that I would say that nod is too small. Maybe she established eye contact with him.
Or face impeachment.
And she swallowed at the same time.
Impeachment.
Or face impeachment, and then I'm pretty sure that she looks at him in all cases, and then does that, and then swallows. And right, that was in all cases. That was if the flinch was a stage. This is another thing that we need to consider. The flinch looks pretty natural to me. But you can rehearse that as well. Is that anything that you want to fake? You can rehearse that 1,000 times, and you can learn how to flinch. You can learn how to fake that as well. Well, the flinch looks okay-ish. I would say that 6 out of 10. 6 out of 10. That flinch.
Impeachment.
I don't know. I have a lot of doubts. And then this is the other thing that I understand people are suspicious. She just stayed there. She did not bother to check if the liquid was actually some kind of slow acid or something that she could be breathing, or because there's so many things that you can stumble upon. You don't know what the liquid is, and you know that the liquid has this strong odor, this is strong aroma. People are saying that this was some kind of rotten liquid or something. And you just move on with your speech. You're not afraid that the liquid could be doing something to your lungs or something. I don't know. Check on this was a literal attack on you. Again, it's I'm really happy it was not acid or anything, that she's safe. But you're gonna just continue with that?
I don't understand. We are Minnesota strong, and we will stay resilient in the face of whatever they might throw at us.
Oh yeah, that is very convenient. Again, that was very convenient. That absolutely sounds like she was LARPing. I didn't notice that. I haven't watched that part what she said afterwards. No.
We will stay resilient in the face of whatever they might throw at us.
Oh, that is so convenient. What is the rest of the speech?
Everybody settle down. I'm going to finish my remarks. It is important for me to continue to lead my Democratic colleagues in demanding.
I think you missed a T in there, Ilskam. What kind of accent is that? I'm going to talk about my accent briefly in another section, okay? People are saying that this could be some kind of foul play. We already watched this clips. The reaction of the people behind the tweets. If you think Ilskam Omar's attack was legit, you might have the IQ of a Somali guy who is planning to spray her with some unknown substance. Conveniently sits front row, waits for the moment she attacks Ice and Kristi Noem, then sprays. Ilskam Omar chases him instead of ducking like a normal person, especially women when attacked. Cameras conveniently ready to take 4K images of the perpetrator. Ilskam Omar then defies her security to finish her dumb and unimportant speech. She proceeds to make herself out to be a champion who survived a political attack. The quartering, it's curious. Ilskam Omar immediately knew the substance sprayed on her was of zero risk, not only to her, but everyone else in the room. It's almost like she knew it was nothing. Good point, Jeremy. Anyone who has faced real confrontation knows this, says Mihik Cook. When danger appears, instinct takes over and you move away from an attacker. That is survival, which is why moving towards danger raises questions in the case of Ilskam Omar. Something doesn't smell it right. Again, I agree with this. And also she said, this is another clip of she talking about this.
Representative Omar, are you okay?
You know, I'm going to go figure if I am, but I feel okay. I feel that it is important for people, whether they are in elected office or not, to allow these people to intimidate us, to make us not fight for our constituents and for the country we love.
Why do you smell like that? Is that the liquid that they throw you? No, that is my natural aroma. Breaking: man who sprayed Ilskam Omar identified as 55-year-old Anthony Kazmierczak. He's booked on suspicion of assault after spraying a syringe of liquid at her during a town hall. Capitol Police called the attack unacceptable and said they're working with federal partners to bring the most serious charges possible. I think that they charged him with a third-degree assault after spraying her. Again, it's also, they're seeing here this drinking his Fiji water. Okay, this is totally not an ad. And again, you can see that he is just chilling there, front row. Very convenient to be there.
How convenient, yeah.
Very convenient to be there. Oh, sorry, I messed up with my software. Where am I? I'm all over the place. See, I was here. No, it's not here. We were looking at the guy. Looking at the guy here. Okay, look at the guy here. Was there in front row in a very convenient, very convenient way. He was sitting in the front row at Omar's town hall. He doesn't have any violent crime convictions in Minnesota, just 2 DUIs on his record. Court filings from a 2017 divorce case show he was unemployed at the time and living off disability insurance payment. One could say that he's basically the ideal recruit if you're looking to stage something. And also, Jeremy mentioned that, remember, Ilskam Omar faked being handcuffed. And yeah, she pulled Greta Thunberg, because this Greta did this back in the day as well. You know, walking with your hands behind you as if you were handcuffed. That is complete show. Complete show. Trump chimed in. The Don chimed in. He said, this is likely staged. He said, quote, "I don't think about her. I think she's a fraud. I really don't think about that. She probably had herself sprayed knowing her." End of quote. ABC, have you seen the video? And Trump said, "I haven't seen it. No, I hope I don't have to bother." That must have been staged. Zig Arkham. Zig, big shout out to you, bro. I needed to read your tweet because you are on point. I am not saying the incident with Ilskam Omar was staged, but a sitting congresswoman is at an event where an unknown man gets up and sprays an unknown liquid on her. She then bravely runs towards him without reflexive safety reaction, as most people would do, to tune him up as her security gets there without concerns for her own safety or the audience. Then, instead of taking her to a hospital to get checked out regarding this unknown liquid, she continues her speech as if nothing happened. Totally wasn't staged. Totally. Yeah. And yeah, this is this dude taking selfies. And what else? Oh, big evil MAGA man who sprayed Scam Omar turns out to have far left gender questionable kids. All right, you see the pictures and okay, this doesn't look very MAGA to me. This doesn't look very conservative to me. I don't know. What do you think? I do think I should open a course. A course. I see you, Veronica. A course on physiognomy. But yeah, this doesn't look like a trad guy to me. It doesn't look at the trad guy. Matt Walsh also. I don't know if the Scam Omar thing was a stage or not. There's certainly plenty of reason to be suspicious. We know that leftists do this kind of hoaxes all the time, and Somalis are notorious scam artists. We'll see. What I do know is that leftist agitators are out in the streets every day accosting law enforcement officers, and nobody on the left condemns it. Charlie Kirk was shot in the neck, and they celebrated. Now, Scam Omar gets sprayed with a liquid, and we are supposed to treat it like a national tragedy. Scam is going around calling herself a survivor. Democrats are issuing dramatic denunciations. It's all fake. Even if it wasn't staged, though it might have been, it's still fake. Yep. Again, I will give you my summary. First thing is what I noticed was the reaction time. This is not the usual reaction time. I'm not questioning the reaction, indeed. I'm not questioning that she walked towards the aggressor. We don't know how anyone is going to react at any moment. I'm questioning the time. 1 second is not enough from being sprayed with a liquid and then just begin walking towards your aggressor, who is still at large with the syringe in his hand, pointing at you. You can't possibly know in 1 second what happened, if the liquid is harmless, and what is the next move of your attacker. You simply can't possibly know that. And the other thing is, you are not afraid of what the liquid can do to you afterwards. You use that for your advantage, for your speech, for whatever. You finish your speech, and then you have all those cameras around you. I mean, so many yellow flags. This really looks staged. No, I don't think that she nodded. The nod was some kind of signal. I think the words about Kristi Noem resigning or being impeached, those were the signal. Why? So every time people play the clip, those words were repeated over and over again. So yeah, my verdict is, I would say, likely staged. I don't want to get into trouble, but again, I would love to know, what do you think about this in the comments? My name is Jesus Enrique Rosas. I'm the bottom language guy. Much love. And
yeah. Anyways, so that was what that guy had to say. I mean, seriously, you guys, you can't make this stuff up. She really wants us to believe that she freaking was seriously attacked. And I mean, there's everybody saying that it looks staged. I thought it was staged right when I seen it immediately. What's this happened an hour ago? That's why I said that Fetterman speaks out after calling for Kristi Noem's firing. What? He did not, did he? Shut up.
So DHS has now confirmed to Fox that the federal agents who fired their weapons, there were 2 of them, according to the report, during the fatal shooting of Alex Preddy in Minneapolis, have been placed on administrative leave. We are told that is a standard procedure in the midst of an investigation and the tragic outcome of what happened at that incident. So that's the latest. They are both on leave. Now, DHS Secretary Noem is facing some calls to resign in the wake of Preddy's death.
Yeah,
at this point, that's why I said that to the president. I'm like,
again,
we
guys,
had an
it's happening
incompetent
again, all over
secretary, Mayorkas, and I'm like, he should have go there. And that's the same kind of situation. And for me, it's like, I would kind of take the win about how you have secure our border. And that's really where I approach that. And now what's created in Minneapolis, we became an ungovernable and a dangerous urban theater.
Look at this.
It's dangerous for citizens.
I'm so angry just watching it happen. These people don't live in that neighborhood. They're just commandeering garbage cans now. Jerks. It's garbage day tomorrow, asshole. You know what I'm saying? I'm sorry.
They hunted down Nazis for decades. We will find your identities. We will find you. We will achieve
Hunting
justice.
ICE. Hunting ICE.
Is that going to get us anywhere, Senator? Think about stripping.
You know what? I can't even watch that. Just let's not watch that because it's just gonna piss me off. Not that one. I think I already watched that one. There was this. Oh, I know what I wanted to show you. So with that whole Ilhan Omar thing, right? Remember I was saying that she hold on, let me do it like this. So she had sent out an email. Was it an email, text message, or something? Somehow I come across this thing and I'm like, what? She's having a town hall. What? Let me see. I think it's loaded now. So let me see if I can. Here it is. Check this out, you guys. Share this tab. See that? January Town Hall. Office by Congresswoman Ilhan Omar. This is an Eventbrite thing. Town hall meeting with Representative Ilhan Omar. Hold on. Here it is. Can I make this larger? Zoom. Okay. With Ilhan Omar, Tuesday, January 27th, 6 p.m. to 7 p.m. So 1 hour. She schedules it for 1 hour in North Minneapolis. Free and open to the public. Registration required. It's open to the public. So it was already sold out. Sold out event. She makes the event and it's sold out immediately. This, I think, was put out at about 4:30. And I seen it and I was like, I just took a snapshot of it and I was like, what? So anyways, yeah, January 27th. And it was interesting because you have to go, for these things, when your registration is required, you need to give them your name, your phone number, your address, your email address, just everybody, your blood type. I don't know. It's just maybe not blood type, but still, it's so, it's crazy what they think that we're like, they think we're stupid. Anyways, there was another thing on one of those videos and it said, "Hu Bariska." I'm like, what does that mean? It means here, have some rice. Right now, this is like learn Somali. So here, but it's more common figurative meaning as an idiom. What does that mean? Have some rice. They say here, have some rice. Well, then that brought me back to remember that one broad who they were talking about. You guys, you can't make this stuff up. Let me find a video. I know I haven't. Maybe it's here. This one right here. This tab right here, you guys. Check this out. Remember, and I didn't know, so I see this. Remember this lady here? She had that, she starts talking, and after her mouth opens, she starts talking about bananas and rice. Apparently Somalis eat bananas and rice. I don't know. I don't eat banana. I've never heard of this. And I work around these folks a lot. And so I don't know the culture. I really don't. But apparently she's saying being Somali is more than bananas and rice. It's a lot. It's kind of like bananas and rice. So when she kept saying that, and then I read this, what was it? The Hubariska, meaning it means here, have some rice. So I wanted to know more. Learn some. What is Huber? Let's look that up. I'm going to do it over here. Let's look it up in Google. What does Hubariska mean? Question mark. Let's share this tab. Here we go. Let's see. Hubariska is a Somali phrase that literally translates. Oh, here we go. Let me turn this off. Sorry. Hubariska is a Somali phrase that literally translates to here, have some rice. But colloquially, it is used as an idiom during a fight to mean eat my fist. Well, I can't find the stupid video that I thought I screen grabbed it, but my phone for some reason has not uploaded the darn video. Let me see if I can find it again. That is not it. I hope I didn't delete it. It's entirely possible. Oh, those are screenshots. That's not what I'm looking for. Camera. Oh, here we go. Huh. Did I not upload these? Here, this is why. Oh, God, yes. Okay, let me upload this. I don't know why. We're going to look and see if I can find this. Because this is what... Oh, here it is. Okay, good. You got to see it. Hubariska. Look at this. Whoa. Go back. What's it say? You done yet? You should be. Snap. You sit down. You sit down. Get the hell out of here. I said get out. And it says Hubariska. So then I look it up. This is propaganda. It's at 9/11. 9/11. I'm assuming it was last night. And that because I was saved. Yeah, it was from yesterday. After the incident. This was already out there. This was already online at this. So I looked up Nakba Kugardi, right? That's what we looked up earlier. Nakba Gardi is a Somali phrase commonly used in political context, often seen on TikTok, which this is a TikTok, I believe. Or is that no? Oh, that's Facebook. Anyways, the enemy, foe, guard against, defend, guard against the enemy, or keep watch on the enemy. Okay? It's a support encouraging a leader or group to remain vigilant against their opponents. Right? He's guarding against the enemy. Yeah! You go! Sit down! Oh my God. I'm sorry. I forgot. Oh yeah. What does barista mean? And so that's why we are now wondering, what does barista mean? It means eat my fist or take this punch. It is frequently used in youth neighborhoods when getting the upper hand in physical altercation, often signifying PWND. Well, I'm like, or a dominant strike. I'm like, PWND. I'm like, what does that mean? So, of course, I look it up. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. Oh, wait. Let me see if I can find another one. Hold on. Is this a different one? This is another one, I think. Yeah. Here's another one. Here we go, you guys. Here's another one I found. So weird. Two and a half hours later. That's on these websites that are the Somali feeds. I purposely try to get my algorithm into a Somali feed because I'm trying to minister Jesus Christ to them. Don't judge me. Somebody's got to do it, right? Who, Bariska? Wait, wrong one. Let me share this one again. So here, okay, so have some rice, take this punch. Literal meaning. Here, have some rice, take the rice used when giving food. Idiomatic meaning or colloquial meaning, a phrase used right before or while landing a punch, kick during a fight. Okay, so in the context used by Si Kala Exfada, neighborhood, youth, or kids. In Somalia, similarly to say, take that, or eat my fist. So take that. So now we understand what that means. It's good to know, right? So they feel like, who are they fighting though? They're fighting. Yeah, okay. It's interesting. Who is she? Is just the one person who's your opponent, which we just seen. His whole family's left. And, maybe we're making assumptions there. I don't know. Perhaps we are, but I honestly, whatever, Jan said he wants to talk to you right now. He's also like, yeah, okay, whatever, Purple, by the way. Heard that shit before. I'm good. You know what? He wants to come. He can come here. I'm live too. I'm live too, ma'am. Go tell him to come over here. How about that? Okay, I ain't fucking playing game. I'm busy. I'm busy talking about Ilhan Omar and the state of Minnesota. Like, he can deal with his own shit. Okay. I don't even want to look at that one. Well, then I don't even want to do, I'm not going to do the bananas and rice thing with, this, with this guy. I'm going to do that on my own. Highly recommend his channel because I just found it today. I'm just recommending it because he's pretty funny. I never listened to him before today. So he just came up on my feed. I love it. He's funny as heck. Says the things I'm thinking often. So yeah, that one's a 10-minute. Maybe
on a previous video, and you're gonna ask me, what does she talks about bananas and rice, and it seems that she was had this recollection that
I feel like it was
had been
scripted.
Brutal with her, that had attacked her, and these vague details that she.
Not one Band-Aid, but 2 Band-Aids up there. You know what? There's so much wrong with the picture and the aesthetics of it all. What they're doing in aesthetics, these are all staged things. Every single one of them, you know, with the leering center, with this bananas and rice girl, with the staged attack on Ilhan. They're setting these people of Minnesota who are easily persuaded to take on some of the most dangerous parts, like it's some sort of noble thing to do. And I want to share this with you because it's alarming to know that this is happening. And this Cam Higbee, who's kind of went undercover and kind of was telling people about this Signal chat, you know, this is real for people like me, because last night when I went to a town hall, I was literally doxxed within a couple hours. And and it's super annoying because, you know, they say it. So I questioned them. I said, so are you trying to intimidate me? What is the purpose of you showing where I live or showing pictures of me with family or whatever, you know, something from years ago? What is your point? Are you trying to intimidate me, Antifas? Anyways, let's show you what we've got going on here with what Cam's talking about what their organizational network is really doing to Minnesotans and the locals. And this is kind of what I addressed at this town hall last night, is that, look, I questioned the mayor and I questioned the chief of police of the city and said, what are you doing to protect American citizens from the illegal migrants that are here committing crimes and fraud? And, you know, if I were to call the police and say, you know, somebody's, you know, assaulting me, or somebody's illegal and I'm being, you know, robbed, or I mean, I don't know. There could be something. You can't mention the word illegal or they won't come, you know, or I think they're illegal. You know, you can't. But here's the thing is, if you're living here and you don't fucking speak English and you don't do like the Romans do, you know, you're here and you're not acting like the rest of us, those are fucking signs that you are an illegal. Okay? Here we don't break I don't break into other countries and expect housing, food, and a job and medical bills paid. I don't expect all of that from a country I broke into. However, in Minnesota, that's what's expected. That's why they're all here. Okay? Don't get me started. I asked them, I said, what are you doing for the American citizens to protect us from illegal migrants? If you're not going to respond, who do I call? What if I can't call 911 for that? Like, if I'm being, you know, if I know somebody is doing some illegal, I can't even call the PDs. I can't call them. What are they doing to protect us from the fraud that's happening? They're not doing shit. These cities ain't doing shit. You know what, though? The police chief did say, he said that we investigate every fraud claim. Okay, you know what? All right, I accept that. I will receive that. I didn't get a chance to do follow-up questions because I was trying to be mindful of everybody's time. But boy, they really didn't want to get into a discussion about it with me because I probably would have said an awful lot. So anyways, we'll check this Cam Higbee thing out about the signal messaging, the ICE surveillance that these people are doing.
Yeah, don't engage 316. We're gonna let those other 6 cars figure it out.
And they're running plate. How is that possible?
This is River. That white Wagoneer just went on to 60.
These are professional little dispatchers is what they're doing. These are people that are been training in dispatching and logistics. So this I've seen, these are gypsy type people is what these people that work in transportation, shit like that. That's what we need to start noticing is that these are people that work in transportation and are doing counter surveillance of not only the citizens of these neighborhoods, but of ICE. So they're doing it they're stalking these neighborhoods.
2 East. I'm peeling off.
What is this?
Thank you very much, River.
Oh, and the moment you disagree with them, they'll dox you, they'll follow you, they'll harass you. It's creepy. They're demons, you guys. Attachable, they attach themselves. It's
northbound on Bloomington currently with people in tow.
Okay, cool. Thanks, Chris.
Is there anywhere that we should head now, dispatch, to be most helpful?
Since you're all the way down there, if you just wanted to kind of take a peek in the Diamond Lake neighborhood, I think that Richfield covers that, but might as well while we're over there.
Okay, copy that.
Like DHH Church in the surrounding neighborhood.
Okay.
Thank you.
So we need to fix. That's the.
You dispatch this is Marva.
Hey, can I get Illinois 27764? 277664.
Is that a plate check?
That is a plate check.
Okay, it is negative.
It is negative.
Do you have a passenger?
What was that?
Do you have a passenger, and what's your handle?
This is PJ. I'm in a car. I am a passenger.
Okay,
this car that
Are you in a Subaru?
they're identifying each
That
other.
girl in front of you is not ICE. It's our friends.
Heard. Okay. We just noticed I'm glowing red, so we just wanted to check. Thank you.
Yeah.
Blowing reds, going through red lights.
Hey, dispatch. This is Mermaid Ashtray. I'm just signing back on. I'm in a commuter. I'm currently at the Midtown Marketplace. My co-pilot did wake up sick today, so I don't have them. I'm fine commuting alone, or if someone's around who wants to commute with me, that's cool too. Ready to go where you need.
Cool. Mermaid Ashtray, how would you feel about being stationary at Lake in Chicago for a little bit if you can find a good spot to post up with visibility?
Absolutely.
Hell yeah, cool. Let me know when you have a good spot, and certainly let me know if you see anything.
Copy that.
So this reminds me of, what is that? I think it's Vimo. Is it Vimo? Not Venmo, Vimo. Is that what it is? Let me double check, you guys. I think they're using Vimo, and it's a Vimo channel. No. No, that's not it. I'm going to find out what app they're using. I know they're using an app. I know who knows what app I'm talking about, but they're using an app that basically it's like a CB radio. It's what transportation people use. They use like CB radios. I'm telling you guys, these are that's how it's working, is through transportation networks. You don't understand. I suspect they're also the way that they figured out these transportation. Oh my God, I got so much to say. I gotta shut up. It has something to do with our transportation networks. There's a huge, I think they're fighting so much against it because I personally believe that our transportation networks are infiltrated with transporting for human trafficking, transporting humans state to state through I-80, I-70, I-90, and through the other ones like 35, 30, 25, 20, all of these highway system of the United States. And that's how they are. This is what I think. I believe that with my whole heart. I'm watching this whole criminal network and in every little aspect and the players involved, and it just makes so much sense. If she knows about this transportation network and Ilhan's using that to her advantage, she has to know about the human trafficking aspect of it, human smuggling aspect of it, and probably drugs, all that stuff. There now, I mean, literally, I feel like my eyes are like a scale's coming up, and that like a veil is, opening up, and I'm seeing this. Literally playing out in my mind right now. So I can see how these things are connected or how they can be connected, because if they're fighting so hard and they know how to do this kind of, I mean, this transport, I think it has something to do with it. That's all I think. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know, but it would only make sense if I'm connecting the dots correctly. And I think that I am. I think that we're going to find out a lot more. And I think that the federal government knows a lot more than what they're telling us, only because these people are so fucking stupid that they thought that they would never get caught. Why? Why did they think they were going to get caught? Because they knew people were complacent here. In Minnesota, we're super complacent. We're good-natured people. People take advantage of our kindness. They did this once before. And I've heard others now starting to talk about how when the Hmong community came in here, we got tens of thousands of Hmong and in a short period of time, and they weren't assimilating. And then, like I've said before in my past streams more recently, over the past few months, I've been screaming this, that the Hmong community came in, they weren't assimilating. Then all this, all of the elderly people, they started, there was some fraud stuff going on there. Well, what happened was the elderly people didn't like banks, so they would hold on to their money. Trust me, there's a lot of Asian gambling in Minnesota. In Minnesota, the Hmong gamble like nobody's that. Well, it's most, maybe they're trained. I think it's, but the Asians, that's everybody that fills in our casinos locally, Asian. You go to Running Aces, Asian, all Asian. So that's their part. They're into the freaking gambling network. So, wow, I just seen another thing too. Oh my God, it's making so much sense. Oh my God, you guys. Just because I know this area and I know the dynamics of Minnesota, and some of this, I'm 53, so I know exactly what's gone on over the past decades politically and all that stuff. So I'm just putting a lot of this together as we speak. It's interesting. I'm telling you, you guys, I'm finding this very interesting.
This is KN, just an FYI. We got a lot of people honking on Hiawatha, but it's because people are waiting for the train to go up to the protest. So
yeah,
just be wary of that.
Yeah, classic.
Vimo, is that it? I don't know. No, that's not it. Anyways, okay, so that was the end of that video. That's fine. I'll find out which app it is. I might even have it on no, it is, that's not it. It's I'll tell you what it is. Shoot, I know. I bet you I know how I can find out. I think I know. I gotta find out. It's gonna drive me crazy until I Freaking tell everybody. Tell everybody. You know what? It's probably not even that. It is not. Is it like Zell? That's what it is. Not Zell. Zello. That's what it was. Zello. Yes, Zello. It's called Zello. It's an app called Zello. You have to have the channel information. Now, this is something I think you can do. I think you can do something similar on Telegram. I'm not positive on that, though. Don't quote me on that. But Zello is what some of these networks use. Go check it out. Find out more. I can't do all this digging myself, you guys. I need help. Okay? You got to go and, do your own stream. Tell us all about it. We need to know. We need to know the truth. We need the truth. Okay, so what do we got here? Nurse fired after violent TikTok about, oh my God, these people. Wednesday night service. Governor Walz talks ICE operations. Sit down 43 minutes ago.
I mean, just start with the kind of the state of the state at the moment. How are you feeling?
Yeah, well, first of all, I think angry, heartbroken, sad, but mixed into that, and this is Weird's emotion, is the sense of pride and resolve that Minnesotans are feeling, and you can feel it reaching way beyond our border.
You know what that feeling really is? The heat is on. You are scared. He'll get nervous. I'm sure of it. He'll probably start stuttering like he usually does.
I'm hearing from folks globally across Europe that I know. And look, this is an unprecedented attack by the federal government on the very core of who we are. You're seeing it in the streets, the murder of Alex and Renee, the inhumane.
Okay, we're done. We're not going to listen to him because what we're going to do, we're going to finish this off. Oh, you know what? I wanted to play my song for you guys. It is so good. Let me see if I can pull it up. You guys are going to like this song. I don't know. Maybe you will. I'm going to do it. We're going to play this song. We're going to take a short break. We're going to play this song. It's Nahum chapter 3. It's like 3-4 minutes. Wait, what is it? 4 minutes, 26 seconds long. Okay. We're going to play it. I'm going to play it straight from Suno. Let me do this. Share this tab instead. We're going to do this like this. Let me set this other camera up. I'm going to pull up a different video that you can watch while. Oh, I know. Hold on. Let me close this. Don't save. I suppose I could play you the rest of this. 233. Ooh. I don't even know if you've gotten this far in this painting, but I'm going to show you the rest of this painting. I may as well, or well, a portion of the rest of this painting. It's not quite all the way down. You know what? Let's start there. I'll do it. Okay, yeah, I will. I'll do that. I feel like you guys already seen that part. I don't know if you've seen this part, but we'll do it like that. That's what I think we're going to do. We're going to play this, and hopefully you have a good time listening to this jam. But I thought of Ilhan Umar when I heard this, and I was like, oh my God, it's coming to pass all over again, you guys. But this is actually something that Nahum was shouting about Nineveh. Now, remember Nineveh, that little corrupt little town, they were all bad. Remember they sent Jonah that one time? Well, all these freaking, Nineveh wasn't, we're going to have to do a deep dive on Nineveh, okay? And then after this, we're going to go into the history of jihad. Like I said, this is a long stream, you guys. The history of jihad is next. And that's going to be the last segment tonight, but it is so good. So good. Let me do this. No, this, and this. Hold on. Wait a minute, kitty. Hold on. We'll play the portion more of this video. There's still a lot left of this because this is just the beginning of a painting that's transitioning into another painting, into another painting, into another one. So enjoy this video while you listen to this song. Here you go. Here's my thing. I play.
Woe to the city of blood, full of lies, full of plunder, never without victim. The crackle of whips, the clatter of wheels, galloping horses and jolting chariots, charging cavalry, flashing swords and glittering spears, many casualties. Piles of dead, bodies without number, people stumbling over the corpses, all because of the want and lust of a prostitute, alluring a mistress of sorceries who enslaved nations by her prostitution and peoples by her witchcraft. Almighty, I will lift your skirts over your face. I will show the nations your nakedness and the kingdoms your shame. I will pelt you with filth, I will treat you with contempt and make you a spectacle. All who see you will flee from you and say, Nineveh's in ruins, who will mourn for her? Where can I find anyone to comfort you? Are you better than these, situated on the Nile? With water around her, the river was a defense. The waters of a wall cushion Egypt were a boundless strength. Put in Libya or among her allies, yet she was taken captive and went into exile. Her infants were dashed to pieces at every street corner. Lots were cast for nobles, and all the great men were put in chains. You too will become drunk, you will go into hiding and seek refuge from the enemy. All your fortresses are like fig trees with their first ripe fruit. When they are shaken, the figs fall into the mouth of the eater. Look at your troops, they are all weaklings. The gates of your land are wide open to your enemies. Fire has consumed the bars of your gate. Draw water for the siege, strengthen your defenses. Work the clay, tread the mortar, repair the brickwork. There the fire will consume you, the sword will cut you down, they will devour you like a swarm of locusts. Multiply like grasshoppers, multiply like locusts. You have increased the number of your merchants till they are more numerous than the stars in the sky. But like locusts, they strip the land and then fly away. Your gods are like locusts, your officials like swarms of locusts that settle in the walls on a cold day. But when the sun appears, they fly away, and no one knows where I'm inferior. Your shepherds slumber, your nobles lie down to rest. Your people are scattered on the mountains with no one to gather them. Nothing can heal you. Your wound is fatal. All who hear the news about you clap their hands at your fall. For who has not felt your endless cruelty?
Well, that was that. Well, I don't know if I'm going to let you see the rest of the video. Hold on. We're going to pause the video. Oh, I got this playing on this. Oh, you can hear myself. I had to play it on my background, you guys. Looking at my chat on my phone, and I turned it up and muted myself. Anyways, okay, hold on. Let me see. Where am I? My kitty cat keeps playing. Oh, wait, we don't want that. Let's do this. Let's do that. That's a little bit better. All right, you guys. So the lyrics, let's show you what these lyrics are here, because it's interesting. Hold on. That's not what I wanted. Let's do it like this. How do I? Oh, here we go. That's not how I want it. How do I get this? Song details, lyrics. Here we go. This is as big as it gets. So the lyrics say, "Woe to the city of blood, full of lies, full of plunder, never without victims. The crack of whips, the clatter of wheels, galloping horses and jolting chariots, charging cavalry, flashing swords and glittery spears. Many casualties, piles of dead, bodies without number, people stumbling over the corpses, all because of the wanton lust of a prostitute, alluring, the mistress of sorceries, who enslaved nations by her prostitution and peoples by her witchcraft. I am against you, declares the Lord Almighty. I will lift your skirts over your face. I will show the nations your nakedness and the kingdoms your shame. I will pelt you with filth. I will treat you with contempt and make you a spectacle. All who see you will flee from you and say, Nineveh is in ruins. Who will mourn for her? Where can I find anyone to comfort you? Are you better than Thebes, situated on the Nile, with water around her? The river was her defense, the waters her wall. Cush and Egypt were her boundless strength. Put and Libya were among her allies. Yet she was taken captive and went into exile. Her infants were dashed to pieces at every street corner. Lots were cast for her nobles, and all her great men were put in chains. You too will become drunk. You will go into hiding and seek refuge from the enemy. All your fortresses are like fig trees with their first ripe fruit. You know what happens to a fig tree with their first ripe fruit? It drops. It just drops, right? Anyways, okay. All your fortresses are like fig trees and their first ripe fruit. When they are shaken, the figs fall into the mouth of the eater. Look at your troops. They are all weaklings. The gates of your land are wide open to your enemies. Fire has consumed the bars of your gates. Draw water for the siege. Strengthen your defenses. Work the clay, tread the mortar, repair the brickwork. There, the fire will consume you. The sword will cut you down. They will devour you like a swarm of locusts. multiply like grasshoppers, multiply like locusts. You have increased the number of your merchants till they are more numerous than the stars in the sky. But like locusts, they strip the land and then they fly away. Then fly away. Your guards are like locusts. Your officials like swarms of locusts that settle in the walls on a cold day. But when the sun appears, they fly away, and no one knows where. Fair weather friends, eh? No, yeah. King of Assyria, your shepherds slumber, your nobles lie down to rest. Your people are scattered on the mountains with no one to gather them. Nothing can heal you. Your wound is fatal. All who hear the news about you clap their hands at your fall. For who has not felt your endless cruelty? So that I totally think of Ilhan Omar when they're talking about, how she's prostituting everybody with her little lying tongue, and she can't convince me she's a witch, and I know it. I feel it in my bones. I don't know. That's my opinion, obviously. And I am not going to sit back and let her just go ahead and take over Minnesota and like that. I mean, she's involving the rest of us in her little scheme in Minneapolis and Congressional District 5. Okay. So that shit's that's coming to an end. They got, you know what? She have an election coming up? Because the last person was Dahlia that tried to go against her. Was that 2 years ago? Or was that wasn't last year? I think that was a couple of years ago. So probably is coming up here, I believe. We'll have to see. I don't know. All I know is I'm so sick and tired of her. And, I'm hoping that they remove her from Congress. She needs to be removed. She is a thief. She has left Minnesota in shambles along with Amy Klobuchar and all of those that knew. Amy Klobuchar knew about all this fraud. She had to have. She's been in politics for forever. She knew. She's not stupid. How many oversight committees is she on? Come on, man. She was cleanup for them. I think she's part of the intelligence community that nobody wants to talk about. I believe that Minnesota government and politics are filled with CIA. You guys think I'm lying to you? I ain't lying. I think for sure they are. I'm not. I really do believe it after what I've seen. I ain't even gonna lie, you guys. I think it's happening here. I think that we were so unsuspecting here in Minnesota. Where else would you go? I mean, why not Minnesota? I mean, come on. But I've lived here my whole life. I've lived in the Twin Cities my whole life. I've commuted St. Paul, Minneapolis, my whole life. Minneapolis, St. Paul, and the surrounding communities my whole life. I know this area. I'm 53. I grew up here. Born and raised in St. Paul. Okay? Don't get me started. Don't get me started on that. But I'm very well aware. So let's go to so the history of jihad, you guys. This is gonna be so good. You have no idea. This is you guys. This is so good. I'm gonna find another little. I'll let you guys watch the rest of this video, but I'm actually going to slow it down because I actually put it on 4x speed. So I'm going to slow that speed down. That way you can watch it real time. And it will be perfect for the rest of this show, maybe, eh? Don't you know? We could hit this. Let me do that first, you guys. I gotta do that. It'll buy me some time here, right? Because, oh crap, it won't buy me that much time, but it'll buy me some time for you guys to enjoy this. And, ooh, actually, it will buy me, yeah, it'll buy me a good amount of time. Let me find where I'm at. Okay, here we go. Let's do it. Let's do it, you guys. Here we go. Play. Enjoy. I did.
Robert Spencer is the director of Jihad Watch and a Shulman Fellow at the David Horowitz Freedom Center. He's the author of 18 books. I won't name them all, or half his time will be taken. A number of them are New York Times bestsellers. As I assume his new book will be, because it's already sold out on Amazon and it was just listed. And that is The History of Jihad from Muhammad to ISIS. I'd say they're available for sale on the table outside in the library, but they're already sold out. But in case you haven't had a chance to get your copy signed, I know that Robert would be happy to do so after his presentation. Other books, just quickly to name a couple: Stealth Jihad, How Radical Islam is Subverting America, The Complete Infidel's Guide to ISIS. He's led seminars on the subject of jihad and Islam for many national security government institutions, both domestic and foreign policy, the FBI, United States Central Command, U.S. Army Command and General Staff College, Justice Department, Anti-Terrorism Advisory Council, and so forth. He's a weekly columnist for PJ Media and Front Page Magazine. He's written, in addition to his 18 books, hundreds and hundreds of articles. He's a contributing writer to the Investigative Project on Terrorism and as an adjunct fellow with the Free Congress Foundation. He has an MA in Religious Studies from the University of North Carolina in Chapel Hill, and he has been studying about Islamic theology, history, and law in depth since 1980. Please join me in welcoming Robert Spencer.
Thank you, Bob, and thank you everyone for coming. It's a great honor to me to speak at the Westminster Institute, and I admire the great work that you've done here over the years and all the resources you have provided. I hope in this book, The History of Jihad, to fill a gap that has not been addressed thus far. My friend David Wood, the great skewerer of Islamic apologists, he told me not long ago that he knew about what was in the Quran, that there were deeply problematic passages within it, and he knew about the life of Muhammad, that Muhammad was not exactly, as Karen Armstrong says, a 7th century Gandhi, but she really says that too. But he was actually a warlord who led armies, committed the assassination of his enemies, and so on. But that after that, there's a gap until 20th century jihad terrorism becomes part of our daily lives. And so the history of jihad, I wrote actually, and it's a book that I've wanted to write for many years in order to fill that gap and to give people a general overview of what happened after Muhammad died and before the Saudis struck oil and started financing Wahhabi terrorism around the world. And it is a story that I hope you will find interesting. I think it is a pressing moment in many ways for American and American public policy and the public policy of many other countries today. And I thought that tonight I would try to outline some of that. One of the first things that I think is noteworthy about the 14th century history of jihad is what you do not see in it. And that is, you do not see any Muslim resistance to jihad activity, to jihad violence. You do not see ever in any country at any time, in any place, under any circumstances, some large Muslim organization opposing jihad violence. Now, why does that matter? Because nowadays, Western Europe in particular, the United States to a lesser degree, we are betting our futures on the idea that we can bring in large numbers of Muslims into the United States and we will not ever have any problem with jihad activity, that is all a thing of the past that we need not be concerned about. But one thing we also do not see in the history of jihad is any rejection, reformation, reconsideration, or other kind of mitigation of the elements of Islamic texts and teachings that gave rise to jihad activity in the first place. And so it is certainly true, it is undeniably true that most Muslims today are not waging jihad. That's great. And once again, we are betting our future on it. However, the idea that most Muslims today are not waging jihad means that they are therefore democratic pluralists who accept the principles of human rights that are enunciated in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights of the United Nations of 1948 remains at best unproven and has no historical antecedents whatsoever. There was, all through the history of jihad, state warfare by Islamic entities against non-Muslim entities solely because they were non-Muslim. We see this right from the beginning. Muhammad, according to Islamic tradition, is supposed to have died in the year 632. And almost immediately after that, the armies came out of Arabia and conquered the Middle East and North Africa. Very soon they conquered Persia, which was one of the two great powers of the day. And they attacked the other great power of the day, the Eastern Roman or Byzantine Empire. And by 732, 100 years after the traditional date for Muhammad's death, they were, of course, in central France, fighting at Poitiers or Tours against Charles Martel, Charles the Hammer, who stopped their advance. And they besieged Constantinople, the great city of the Eastern Empire, first in 675, then again in 717, all the while thus fighting against Europe from both sides. And this book is the first to discuss this at tremendous length in a narrative fashion, they were also pressing the jihad into India and waging it with especial fury there because the Indians were not people of the book. Most of you, I'm sure, know that the Quran speaks of Jews and Christians and Zoroastrians and some others as people of the book who have supposedly legitimate revelations from Allah that they have twisted and changed out of their original meanings. And thus, they, out of respect for this revelation, they are given the opportunity to live in peace as non-Muslims within the Islamic State. But they have to submit to various humiliating and discriminatory regulations, most notably the tax, the jizya, that's specified in the Quran in chapter 9, verse 29, for the dhimmis, the so-called protected people. Now, these humiliating and discriminatory regulations made life very, very hard for these populations, such that you could ask, for example, what happened to the Christians of Egypt? Egypt was 99% Christian when it was invaded in the late 630s and conquered in the 640s. Now it's about 10% Christian. Where did all the Christians go? Did they move? No, they're still there. They're the Muslims of Egypt. And what happened was life was so difficult to live as a dhimmi in Egypt that ultimately over time, the only thing that they had to do to be out from under all this humiliation and constant harassment was to convert. They converted. It's very hard to think that anybody faced with that kind of a situation would do anything different, although of course some did hold out, and we should acknowledge their courage and perseverance. At the same time, the Hindus in India did not even have that protection because they were not people of the book. And consequently, the choice that Muhammad and the Quran give for the people of the book to convert or submit to the rule of Islamic law or be killed, for the Hindus, it was only convert or be killed. And as I show in the book, the history of jihad in India was especially bloody and especially violent. At a certain point, actually, they had to grant them honorary people of the book status because it simply wasn't possible to kill them all. But they were still, nonetheless, extraordinarily harsh toward especially the Hindu temples. The Quran speaks about protecting churches and synagogues because the name of Allah is spoken there. That was often honored in the breach, but there was no such protection afforded to the Hindu temples at all. And thousands, tens of thousands of them were destroyed. A great patrimony of human culture lost forever. And in the middle of all this, you have, this is mainstream Islam. You have state actors doing this. First, Muhammad unifying Arabia. Then the so-called rightly guided caliphs, the four successors of Muhammad as the leaders of the Islamic community, Abu Bakr, Umar, Uthman, and Ali. And then the Umayyad Caliphate, the Abbasid Caliphate, the Ottoman Caliphate, and some of the outliers, the Umayyad Caliphate of Cordoba in Spain, the Fatimid Shiite Caliphate in Egypt. All of these are Islamic states, and they all waged jihad against non-Muslims on the basis of the Islamic imperative in the Quran and Sunnah to do so. The difference that we have nowadays comes about at the beginning of the 20th century, because the last caliphate, the Ottoman Empire, was abolished by the secular Turkish government, by Mustafa Kemal Ataturk, the founder of modern Turkey, in 1924. Now, Ataturk was nobody to admire in any respect. He was just as brutal to the religious minorities as the Ottomans had been, if not more so. But he objected to political Islam, and he was unique among the leaders of Islamic states throughout history. He was the first ever to say the troubles that we're having come from Islam. And what we have to do is get rid of Islam as much as we can, and then our country will prosper. And he consciously patterned Turkey after Western secular models of governance. Of course, nowadays, all that's being rolled back by Recep Tayyip Erdogan, the president of Turkey today. But for almost 100 years, Turkey was a secular state, a relatively secular state, and the caliphate was no more. So what did the people who believed that there was an Islamic imperative to wage war against and subjugate unbelievers, and that the caliph was the tip of this spear, what did they do when there was no more caliph? They decided to form various international organizations that would work toward restoring the caliphate. The first of these was founded in 1928, the Muslim Brotherhood. Hassan al-Banna, the founder of the Brotherhood, made it very clear that what he was intending to do was to create a movement that would restore the caliphate and thereby the unity of the Muslims. And that once the unity of the Muslims was reestablished, then they could wage offensive jihad again against non-Muslim states. But in the meantime, there is the concept of defensive jihad. I should explain. In Sunni Islamic theology, and of course the Sunnis are 85 to 90% of Muslims worldwide, the caliph is the only one authorized to declare offensive jihad. And he's not just authorized, he has the responsibility to do so. If he doesn't do it, he could be removed on that basis. He has to declare offensive jihad on a regular basis against non-Muslim states. But if there's no caliph, there's no offensive jihad. So since 1924, all jihad has been defensive. And you might think, well, that's absurd. What was defensive about 9/11? If you read the communiques of Osama bin Laden from the 1990s, he lists a long list of grievances, terrible things that the Americans have supposedly done that justify defensive jihad against the United States. Most notably, Sunni Islamic theology specifies that if a Muslim land is attacked, it is the responsibility of every Muslim everywhere to wage jihad to win it back.
That's what the Iranian constitution that we went over a few months ago, remember?
So Osama bin Laden said, look, this is a little bit later, no, actually, it's not. I'm sorry. I'm thinking of the second Gulf War. The first Gulf War, the American troops go into Saudi Arabia, and Osama bin Laden said they're trampling down the sacred soil of the kingdom of the two holy places. They have no business being there. This is an invasion that triggers this defensive jihad. And 9/11 was a defensive jihad in that respect. Every jihad has been defensive. All 30,000 jihad attacks since 9/11 around the world, they're all couched in this if you read the communiques of jihad leaders, they always retail grievances. It's not because they're inveterate whiners, although they are. It is also, It is also because they have to list the grievances to justify what they're doing as defensive. If they don't, then they have no authorization to wage jihad. So what we see in that is, although there's a discontinuity at the beginning of the 20th century and no more state actors at least directly declaring jihad and carrying it out, you could say that the Saudis certainly, with spending so many billions of dollars to spread Wahhabi Islam around the world, that is a certain waging of jihad that is just as unmistakable as any Ottoman invasion of Vienna or Eastern Europe in general. Nonetheless, the fact remains that there was a change when with the demise of the caliphate in the approach to how jihad was justified. But there was no end in jihad. And above all, there was no internal resistance. First, you have mainstream Islam carrying out the jihad because you have the Islamic states of the world carrying out jihad. The Mughal Empire in India, as well as the Ottomans, the Abbasids, the Umayyads, and so on. And then you have jihadis justifying what they're doing on the basis of defensive jihad, which is a mainstream concept in mainstream Islamic law. Nowhere do you find ever in history that jihad was only the province of a tiny minority of extremists who were twisting and hijacking the true teachings of the peaceful faith. That never happens anywhere. And anybody who would challenge that, I would ask you to specify when and where was there this Islamic movement against jihad activity, under what theological basis did it proceed, and what became of it. But there just isn't any such thing in Islamic history. The second thing you do not see in the history of jihad is any let up, any respite. It is something that people are taken by surprise about. I was speaking to a marvelous group not long ago, and they were very well informed, very committed, very interested, very involved. And I mentioned in passing this fact that there was never any let up, and people were shocked and said, wait a minute, what about the age of tolerance and pluralism in Al-Andalus? What about Muslim Spain? What about the paradise of tolerance and proto-multiculturalism that Maria Rosa Menoncal speaks about in her book, The Ornament of the World? Everybody knows Muslim Spain was a paradise of coexistence, right? Well, unfortunately, here again, this is a historical myth. There are a great many of these things. What I tried to do in this book actually was puncture some of the historical myths that people take for granted nowadays. And to do that, went back to the primary sources that were eyewitnesses, or in many cases, the Muslim court historians. The Mughals in India were especially careful to always have court historians. These guys who, at the time something would happen, they would write about how wonderful it was that the emperor so-and-so, he just demolished 325 Hindu temples. He took all the gold and he strewed it in front of the mosque so people would trample on the idols as they went into the mosque. Isn't he wonderful? Happy Hindustan. That's a quote. It's true. Anyway, people who think that Islamic terror tactics are newly minted should look at the reality of Muslim Spain. And in particular, for example, the rule of the Cordoba Caliph Abdurrahman III. This is the words of the 11th century Muslim historian Ibn Hayyan of Cordoba. He says that on one occasion, Muhammad, an officer of Abdurrahman III, chose the 100 most important barbarians. That could be you, because there was a lot of Christians, and sent them to the Alcazar of Cordoba, where they arrived on Friday, March 2nd, 939. But since Abdurrahman was vacationing at another place, they took them there, and their marching coincided with the people coming out of the mosque on this Friday afternoon, so that many gathered and followed to see what end the prisoners would have. And it turned out Abdurrahman was installed on the upper balcony over the orchard facing the river to watch the execution. All the prisoners, one by one, were decapitated in his presence and under his eyes, in plain sight of the people. and their feelings against the infidels, Allah alleviated. You see, they were very happy to see this. As a matter of fact, the Quran, remember in chapter 9, verse 14, says, fight them and Allah will soothe the bosoms of the believers. And so if you are feeling sad and depressed, kill an infidel. You'll feel better. Allah will soothe the breasts of the believers in doing this, in fighting the unbelievers. And this is something that you see actually recurring throughout Islamic history. Islamic chroniclers making reference to that and taking it quite seriously, that through these acts of savagery and violence, the Muslims were pacified and gladdened in their hearts. And of course, the most notorious example of tolerance and pluralism in Muslim Spain was in 1066 in Granada, when rules are often honored in the breach, you know, and just because something is Islamic law doesn't mean that every Islamic ruler has always observed it. Just as every rule is not always followed by every one of us. Some of us perhaps may have had a speeding ticket now and again or something of this kind. And so in Granada in 1066, there was a Muslim ruler who had a Jewish friend whom he appointed essentially the mayor of Granada. And the local Muslims were furious because Islamic law specifies that a non-Muslim must not have authority over a Muslim, especially a Jew. And so there was a Muslim poet, and he wrote a very lengthy poem. I won't read all of it to you, but this is the tenor of it. Turn your eyes to the Jews who are outcast dogs. Why would you be different and bring them near when in all the land they are kept afar? I came to live in Granada, and I saw them frolicking there. They divided up the city in the provinces with one of their accursed men everywhere. They collect all the revenues. They dress in the finest clothes while you wear the meanest, and so on. So hasten to slaughter them as an offering. Sacrifice him, for he is a precious thing. Do not consider it a breach of faith to kill them. The breach of faith would be to let them carry on. 4,000 Jews were killed in a pogrom in Granada after this poem was published. And so this was a direct reaction to the Muslim ruler breaking Islamic law by appointing a Jew to have authority over Muslims. So this was tolerant, pluralistic Muslim Spain. What you see in the history of jihad is that wherever Muslims have gone, there have been among them violent jihadis who committed acts of violence against non-Muslims. And they were never upbraided or rebuked or otherwise opposed by any Islamic authority, and were often rewarded for doing so. So we see these two things, that there was never any internal resistance and there was never any respite. These things, the violence against unbelievers is a constant of Islamic history. The third golden thread that we see in the history of jihad is that non-Muslims were often the best help to the jihadis, which ought to ring a lot of bells today. But you take, for example, the conquest of Spain. Now, the conquest of Spain is shrouded in legend, and I'm not vouching for the absolute historicity of any of this, but these legends are alive among the people of Spain to this day. And the story goes that there was a Christian count, Julian of Ceuta, who had a daughter, and his daughter was very bright. He sent her to the court, kind of like sending her to Bill Clinton's White House as an intern. And Roderick, the Visigothic king of Cordoba, was an admirable predecessor of Bill Clinton. So the girl, her degree of guilt in this is widely controverted in the Spanish legends. But in any case, Florinda is one of the most common names that has come down to her. Florinda, being thus outraged, Count Julian was even more outraged and determined that Roderick had to pay. How could he get back at the King of Spain? He decided to go to Tariq ibn Ziyad, who was a Muslim ruler in North Africa. And he told him, "You want to invade Spain?" And Tariq said, "Sure, I'd love to, but every time they see us coming in our boats, their defenses are prepared and we are repelled. So he said, I have a solution to that. I'll give you my boats, and they'll think it's me, and no defenses will be up. And so Tariq ibn Ziyad used Count Julian's boats, got across the strait, and once on the beach, he burned Count Julian's boats, which I think is not entirely sporting. They were, after all, a loner. But he burned the boats, and he told his men, we are going to take this land for Islam, or we're going to die here, but we're not going back. It's noteworthy in terms of how important it is to know history. A few years ago, there was a big controversy in the Minneapolis area about a charter school that was teaching Islam as fact. It was all Muslim in any case, but it was a public school getting public funds. So there was a little bit of controversy over it being a public school and being essentially a madrasa. And the name of the school, I noticed, and I was surprised to note that nobody seemed to ever ask, wait a minute, why is this school called Tariq ibn Ziyad Academy? Who's Tariq ibn Ziyad? Nobody seemed to care. Nobody ever looked it up. As far as I know, it was never in any of the Minneapolis coverage of this. But you gotta wonder, why would a school in Minnesota name itself after this figure? Could it have to do with maybe having the same goals? I mean, this is what he's famous for. He's the great conqueror of Spain. And he was able to do it by means of the help of this Christian who was enraged over he had his own grievances, and I'm not saying his grievances were illegitimate, but perhaps he didn't count on the consequences that it would take 700 years to undo what he did. There are so many other examples of this in Islamic history. In 1345, the Byzantine Emperor John VI Cantacuzanos, he was in the midst of a dynastic dispute, and he invited the Ottomans to go and fight against his rivals and let them into Eastern Europe to do that. And of course, they're still there. The Ottomans, at one point, of course, controlled all of Eastern Europe. And now they just have that little bit of Europe that is so much trouble because it gives them a claim to be in NATO and everything else, the Turks, that is. But it was John the Emperor, John VI Cantacuzanos, who allowed the Ottomans to enter Europe in the first place in order to solve his dynastic dispute. And I don't think that he expected that they were just going to stay, but he wasn't probably thinking about the whole of jihad activity or the jihad doctrine, even though it was something that he and the emperors of his time, the other emperors of his time, had ample reason to know all about. You may recall about 12 years ago now, Pope Benedict XVI got in a lot of hot water. There were riots all over the world because he quoted a Byzantine emperor, Manuel II Palaeologos. And Manuel II said, there is nothing new that Muhammad brought except what is evil and inhumane. And this, of course, was terrible and Islamophobic, and Benedict had to apologize, and innocent people were killed by those who were objected to their prophet being called evil and inhumane. And nobody here again seemed to ask, well, wait a minute, who was this Manuel II Palaeologos? Why did he say this? I mean, he's one of the tragic figures in this book. You read about how he was essentially a vassal of the Ottoman emperor. The Ottoman emperor actually even sent him to put down uprisings among the Turks and kept him prisoner at the court, where he was routinely mocked and vilified, ridiculed. He had a very rough life and a sad and tragic life, going also to Europe when he was free, trying to get support for a new crusade to roll the Ottomans back and preserve the Byzantine Empire, all of which failed. The Byzantine Empire fell. Constantinople was entirely conquered 9 years after his death. So he had direct daily experience of what he was talking about. And that seems to me that should have been part of the debate when the Regensburg Address controversy was raging. But here again, nobody seems to have any historical interest. One final example of non-Muslims aiding the jihad are the British, of course, who in the latter part of the 18th century, there arose a reformer in Islam A lot of people ask me all the time, well, what are the chances of reform? What we need is Islamic reform. Another thing you'll see in this book actually is that there's been plenty of reform. There's lots of reform in Islamic history. Now, the thing about it is, think about reform. What is reform? Whether you're a Catholic, Protestant, Orthodox, or none of the above, the people most famously known as reformers are those who said, we're going to get rid of all the later additions and get back to the basics. That's what reformers generally do in whatever context. And so the Almohads, who were among the rulers of Muslim Spain, they were reformers. And the fellow who arose in Arabia in the 18th century to whom I referred, Muhammad ibn Abdul Wahhab, he was a reformer. He began to fight against the Ottomans. He said they were not Islamic enough. They had strayed from true Islam. He was going to restore true Islam. He began to gain a following when he personally stoned an adulteress to death to show how Islamic he was. And he did get a following.
Awful.
One of the main followers he got early on was a chieftain in Arabia named Ibn Saud. Ibn Saud and Muhammad ibn Abdul Wahhab began to fight a jihad against the Ottomans, against the other rulers in Arabia. They began to gain a little bit of territory. And by the middle of the 19th century, the Wahhabi movement, the Saudi movement, caught the attention of the British Empire, which was in several hundred years of struggle against the Ottomans. Now, the Ottomans by this time had well earned the nickname the sick man of Europe. And they weren't really a formidable force at all. But the British wanted to administer the coup de grace, and they thought, this guy Saud, these Saudis, they could help us. So they started bankrolling them. They started giving them money. And at the end of World War I, they favored the Saudis over the Hashemites and others to gain control of Arabia and help to establish the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Of course, the rest is history. The Saudis struck oil, and what did they use our oil money to do but spread Wahhabi Islam around the world? This reformist idea of Islam that is even more virulent and violent than other forms. So we have the British to thank for that, as for so much else. They are probably, I would say, the most responsible outside of the Saudis themselves for the spread of Wahhabi Islam around the world. When the Wahhabis did begin to spread their version of Islam around the world, there were many areas where jihad was essentially quiescent. This doesn't mean it was reformed or rejected. It was just ignored. As a matter of fact, one of the pamphlets that the Saudis distributed was called Jihad, the Forgotten Obligation. And they wanted to bring it all back, and they did. So we can thank King George, or whoever it was at that time, for this marvelous calculation. But of course, in all of these and so many other examples I could give you, and perhaps the most stinging is George W. Bush, when 6 days after 9/11, I wrote this book more or less chronologically. I don't usually do that, but this was a book of, as I said at the beginning, I've wanted to write this book for many years. I've had all this material and just haven't had the opportunity to put it all together. Finally, I got the opportunity last winter to put it all together, and I did, and I just started at the beginning and went all the way through, essentially, most of the time. And so what happened was, I got to 9/11 after I'd written 14 centuries of jihad activity. And I got to 6 days after 9/11 with all of this very much in my mind, just having set it down on paper. And there's George W. Bush in the mosque in front of Nihad Awad of CARE, which is tied to Hamas and the Muslim Brotherhood, and Abdurrahman al-Amoudi of the American Muslim Council, who is now doing 23 years in prison. Well, his sentence was reduced by Obama, but he was sentenced to 23 years for financing al-Qaeda. And he stands in front of them in the mosque in Washington and says Islam is a religion of peace. It really hit me. After reading this uninterrupted, unmitigated, no let up jihad for 14 centuries, this guy says Islam is a religion of peace. Now, we know he had various political reasons for doing so, things that he thought would make things easier for our allies or whatever. We don't have to go over all that, at least not right now, maybe in the question period if you like. But George W. Bush was, in a short-sighted manner, actually enabling jihad activity by foreclosing upon an examination of the motivating ideology that gives fuel to it. And he was doing so on the basis of short-sighted political calculations, just as much as Count Julian was when he invited Tariq ibn Ziyad into Spain, and just as much as the British were when they funded the Wahhabis, and John VI Kantakouzenos was when he invited the Ottomans to fight his rival. It never ends up working out for the infidels, because the infidels have their own immediate goals, but the jihadis always have the goal of establishing Islamic law over the world, and will take and have taken throughout history any advantage in which to do that. So the history of jihad, I think, is one that it is extraordinarily important for people, especially in the government, in the military, to be aware of. You cannot solve the problem unless you know exactly the dimensions of the problem itself. And that is where we have so signally failed since 9/11, especially with the advent of Obama and his forbidding of any mention of Islam and jihad in counterterror training in 2011. So it is imperative that we reacquaint ourselves with this history, that we ponder very carefully its implications for our stances toward various policy questions today. I mean, one of the most obvious, of course, is immigration, the Trump travel bans. Is it really wise to bring in large Muslim populations into the country? Obviously, not every Muslim we bring in is going to be a jihadi, but among them there will be, or at least people who think that Sharia ought to be the law of the land. How is that going to work out in terms of a tolerant and pluralistic society when you introduce this radically intolerant force? Another one is, of course, our alliances with Pakistan, with Turkey, where it's very clear that these entities are now on the other side, if they ever were not on the other side. And is it really prudent to keep pouring money into these countries when we've known for 10 years, for example, in regard to Pakistan, that they've been turning around and taking a great deal of it and giving it to the people they're supposed to be using it to fight? So not only do we need a reconfiguration of our international alliances, but a general reevaluation of our stance, also, of course, ultimately towards states like Saudi Arabia. It's very clear, of course, that the president is playing a very delicate game, a dangerous game, but one that probably has to be played in working with the Saudis against Iran. At the same time, we have to recognize that the Saudis ultimately are only going to be our friends to a certain degree. And that after that, there is the jihad imperative that overrides any possibility of any long-standing or deeply fruitful cooperation. But none of this can happen unless we recognize the problem to start with. It was because of this that I wrote this book. I hope that it will spark discussion on these issues in places where it can make a difference. And I thank you all for coming out to consider these things with me. If you have any questions, comments, death fatwas, whatever, I'm all ears. Thank you very much.
Please, when you speak directly into the microphone, wait until Jessica brings the microphone to you before you ask the question, so that your question may be immortalized. By the way, I wanted to also welcome a late arrival, Bud McFarland, Security Advisor to President Reagan.
The immortal Dr. Hall.
Robert, you're a good friend, you're a great American.
Thank you.
This incredible book, which is something that I think I have thought I needed in my own scholarship, so I'm really glad that you wrote it. First, what I wanted to ask you is with respect to President Trump, what you would specifically recommend, given the beginning of the administration and given the beginning of his campaign, when he talked so much about radical Islamic terrorism, and then the dramatic decline in his mentions of radical Islamic terrorism as winning this war, how can we translate the understanding of jihad into victory for the United States and for
I can't hear what they're asking, but it's a really long.
free world at large?
Thank you. That's a great question. He doesn't really have to
What?
say anything as far as I'm concerned.
Let's just
It's
hear the
much more
answer.
important what he does. And I just mentioned in passing that Obama mandated that all mention of Islam and jihad be scrubbed from counterterror training. This is unbelievable. People have trouble believing this, but it's absolutely true. You can go online and look at the Countering Violent Extremism program. There is no mention, there's no hint in it that there's any problem with Islamic jihad. It doesn't exist. It's actually an elaborate exercise in pretending that it doesn't exist. That's what he should address. What I've been so signally disappointed by, and I hesitate to say this because he's done so remarkably well and surprisingly well in so many ways. Moving the embassy to Jerusalem, standing up to
I
the
think
violent
this was in
intimidation that is
2019 or
hamstrung
2018.
American foreign
Virgil.
policy for so many years in that, and so many other things. But I've been sort of surprised and disappointed that he has not addressed this. He needs to open up mandate,
Actually, let me look.
perhaps by an executive order or whatever engine would do it effectively, mandate that the FBI, that DHS, that the CIA, the Pentagon, all of them, that they not only are allowed to study Islam, but that they must. And that it must not be from these smooth apologists from the Council on American Islamic Relations and so on that have demonstrable ties to our enemies. But it has to be from people who are going to speak about it honestly and realistically. Now, he's going to catch hell for that because, of course, all the people who speak about it honestly and realistically are hate group leaders, according to the Southern Poverty Law Center. And so that has to be directly opposed and rebuked, and an unapologetic setting out of the necessity, going back to Sun Tzu, that you have to know your enemy. We have to understand this. And he could even say, you know, I wouldn't have any objection at all if he were to say that this might be a completely wrong understanding of Islam. I grant you, this could be twisted, hijacked, false Islam, and real Islam is as cuddly as it could possibly be. But we have to understand the motivating ideology of the enemy, and this is what it is. And so we're going to study it in depth instead of pretending it doesn't exist. And the Muslim Brotherhood elements, of course, in the US government, that has to be also addressed as well. That people like Hisham Islam, who made sure that Major Stephen, Hisham Islam was the, I believe, Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense? Advisor to Gordon England, who was the Assistant Secretary of Defense in George W. Bush's administration. That he obviously, he had ties to the Brotherhood and so on. And so why was he wielding this influence? He's the one who got Major Coughlin fired when Major Stephen Coughlin, who I'm sure many of you know, was the Pentagon's only expert on Islamic law. And so this is an issue that he needs to be made aware of, but I don't know that there's anybody around him who is telling him about it. I think we have to wait for the microphone. So, sorry. Thank you.
In the beginning of your talk, you mentioned the historic battle against Islamic invasion of Europe, the battle of Tours, Poitiers, Charles, and of course this continued on until the Muslims, the Ottomans were defeated at the gates of Vienna, also the battle of Lepanto by Venetians. In the late into the 1700s, the Europeans showed great, they were full of antibodies against Islamic expansionism. But today, it's hard to find any antibodies in Europe. If I'm not mistaken, you're prohibited from taking a plane to London.
Yes, that's right. Yes.
And a lot of other subversives.
Yeah.
While extreme Islamists are admitted to the UK, given government funds there. So the question is, and also here in the universities in America, I saw a video where you went to Berkeley, where the University administrators were involved in
Stanford. Yes. I'm supposed to go to Berkeley in a couple weeks. I'm really looking forward to that.
I mean, I'm
No, when I get invited to speak at universities, it's by the College Republicans or Young America's Foundation, a group like that. I've never been invited by the university administrators ever. And when I am invited to a university, it's as if Jack the Ripper has been invited. And there is an uproar like you wouldn't believe. And it's very clear that what we see is the fruit of indoctrination, that these children have been told that Islamophobia is a big problem. And Islamic Jihad terror is really something that's just a manifestation of a reaction to American imperialism and the state of Israel. And this is one of the reasons why I wrote the book. I know that probably most college students will never hear about it. Some of them will, yeah, absolutely. But I don't have any control over how much it's distributed or who reads it. But this is one of the reasons why I wrote it, as a contribution to try to correct this. You're absolutely right that, thank you. Really up until about 1970, everybody knew that I wasn't saying it then, I was 8, but everybody knew that what I'm saying is true. Everybody knew that Islam was not a religion of peace. Winston Churchill says this, John Quincy Adams, Thomas Jefferson and John Adams, despite the myth-making about Thomas Jefferson nowadays. Everybody took these things for granted. It was obvious. But there has been a concerted effort at disinformation and rewriting of history that has been remarkably effective, and that we need to be energetically counteracting.
He ain't wrong, you guys. Totally not wrong. I wish I could hear the questions.
Well, no, I didn't, but it's a good title. Terrific title. I wish I had. In any case, what do we do? That's right, Trevor Loudon. What do we do about this? Of course, we have to be true to our own principles, and that means that something like mass deportation or something of this kind, this is not even on the table, of course, nowadays. What we need to do are some things that I think would be very simple and effective and ought to be common sense measures that would go a long way to solving this problem. One is enforce our own laws and be consistent in that enforcement. There should be one law. It was actually the great achievement of Western civilization that there's one law for everybody. That this is the Magna Carta, people. You know that there's not one law for the noblemen and the other law for the commoners. It's one law for everyone. Everyone is responsible in the same way. And so if we were to enforce that, then polygamists, for example, would be arrested. Those who practice female genital mutilation, those who violate any number of other American laws that are already at variance with Sharia principles. If we were to make it clear that those laws would be enforced, then the followers of Sharia would have the choice to either renounce those aspects of Islam in a genuine and sincere way, or leave the country. But they're not going to be able to have both.
Wow,
Also,
I like
of course,
this guy.
You have laws against subversion and sedition, which would mean that even this preaching that Sharia ought to be the law of the land eventually would be something that would be legally actionable. These things are already laws that are on the books. It's just that they're not being applied. Ibrahim Hooper of CARE, there was a house fire a few years back in the Bronx, and this guy was killed and his wives. And so the New York Times rather blandly noted he had 3 or 4 wives. He was a Muslim. And Ibrahim Hooper was trotted out from the Council on American Islamic Relations to say, yeah, there are, I believe he said 50,000 Muslims and polygamous arrangements in the United States. And then the New York Times moved on, of course, to something else, probably Islamophobia backlash. But wait a minute. That's illegal in the United States. The Latter-day Saints Church had to change its doctrine to get Utah admitted as a state. And so why are we tolerating this now? And these questions remain unanswered. Why indeed? Why has there been no prosecution? Why are there only 2 doctors now that it's only been in since Trump took office that anybody was ever prosecuted for female genital mutilation? These 2 doctors who are still on trial in Detroit. You can't tell me they're the first ones that ever did it in the United States. There are thousands of people who have suffered this in the United States, and nothing's been done. So my first recommendation is enforce our own laws. Thank you.
Besides Count Julian,
Yes.
there were other traitors,
Lots of them.
including Catholic Archbishop.
Yeah, what's his name? Opas? I have him in the book. Yeah. Yeah, he's the guy who told Pelayo. I don't mean to, if you were going to tell the story, go ahead. Pelayo was the last holdout. I hope you will all be Pelayos if it comes to this. When all of Spain was conquered, there was this one guy, and he wasn't going to play. And he went up on top of a mountain with a small band of followers, and the Muslims tried to get at him, but he was up a mountain. And so he was able to rain down stones upon the jihadis and keep them from coming up. And eventually they said, what do we care about this band of barbarians perched on a rock? They'll die off. But Opas was a bishop, a Spanish bishop in the tradition of Pope Francis. And he went to Pelayo and he said, I believe that you now understand how the entire army of the Goths cannot resist the force of the Muslims. How then can you resist on this mountain? Listen to my advice, abandon your efforts, and you will enjoy many benefits alongside the Muslims. Pope Francis is, he had to have, he's the worthy successor of Opas, the bishop in Spain.
The question is, isn't it true that we will face such traitors here in the West?
Oh, yeah.
Europe, etc. When push comes to shove, we will have these problems.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. Obviously, I am classifying Pope Francis as chief among them, that in shaming the Christians of Europe and telling them that they're not good Christians unless they accept the Muslim migrants, and saying that there should be no walls. Well, tear down your Vatican walls, pal. The Vatican walls were put up in the year 846 after the Muslims sacked Rome. They couldn't actually get in because of the existing walls, and the ones that are there are reinforcements of those because they made some breaches and they sacked St. Peter's, which was outside the walls at the time, and St. Paul outside the walls. So he should think back on the example of his predecessors, but no, he's the woke pope, and he's not going to do that. Yes, ma'am.
Daughters have always gone to Christian Catholic schools, and we've had a chance to play all of the Islamic academies. The guarded one with guns that you have to enter off of 123, the one in Alexandria, and the new King Abdullah Golden School.
You play in sports?
I wish I could hear those questions.
Their team is the bomb.
They only bring out bar soap in the bathrooms for when visitors come. And if let's just say a teacher working in private schools, if we didn't have soap, we would have been closed down. Second, I don't really understand how these schools can get along with.
I'm wondering what he would think about the situation in Minnesota right now.
See, these things are all allowed in America.
I wish
now
I could.
because
I'm
we're
gonna
not
find out.
enforcing the laws.
Write
The
him a letter.
ACLU fought for decades to get Christian prayer out of the schools, right? And now in Texas, there's a public school that has an Islamic prayer room. And the Attorney General of the state of Texas wrote to them and said, we have this thing, separation of church and state. you got to close down the Islamic prayer room, and they refused. So what's he going to do? Call out the National Guard? He didn't do anything. They still have their prayer room. And he ought to get police and go in there and say this is illegal. But instead, it's happening all over the country. I was debating a couple of imams a few years back in University of Michigan at Ann Arbor. And I went into the men's room. It's a public university. There's a foot bath for the Islamic prayers. And I looked around. There were no holy water fonts. It was very strange. It seems as if there's only accommodation at public expense of one religion only. But
wow, I like this guy. He ain't lying. Telling the truth. It's weird. It's like there's no accommodation for a Christian, but there's all the accommodation for the Muslim, which is odd, is it not?
I'll tell you something. I doubt there's a single university in the country that speaks honestly about these issues. I was at Cal Poly. I was speaking at Cal Poly University in San Luis Obispo, California. Very pretty place. And I was speaking about this, how universities today, they're one-party states, and there's only one point of view allowed. And that's the far left point of view and the corollary idea that Islam is a religion of peace that has, as Hillary Clinton said, nothing whatsoever to do with terrorism. And so I was at Cal Poly and I was challenging them about this. And I said, for example, I'll bet that the point of view that I represent, that there are texts of the Quran and teachings of Muhammad and rulings of Islamic law that justify violence against unbelievers and have been acted upon by Muslims throughout history, that is nowhere ever discussed in any of your classes that touch on Islam. And this one girl said, oh no, we talked about your book just last week. And I said, oh really? And what did you say? And she said that hate speech is not free speech. And see, what they taught them was that I was purveying hate speech, which ought not to have First Amendment protection. It ought to be forcibly suppressed by government agencies.
Wow.
And this is very, very common in American universities today. And I think that, well, of course, the corruption of the academy started in earnest in the 1960s with the long march through the institutions that the hard left began at that time. And it becomes a self-perpetuating thing. One leftist professor gets in and then he recommends his friend, and then a little while later they're the hiring board and they only hire their own people. And now it's all completely closed off to any truth about these issues. Of course, then also there's the Saudi money. Georgetown University has the Prince Al-Walid bin Talal Center for Muslim Christian Understanding. They got, I believe it was 12 million from Al-Walid, who's a Saudi prince, to 20. I thought it was 20, half to Harvard and half to Georgetown. No, 20 to Georgetown, great. And so if you look at the Al-Walid Center and the Bridge Initiative that comes from it, it's all dedicated to fighting Islamophobia and got dossiers on all the people who are so evil, who talk about how they get the crazy idea that Islam is not peaceful. And they do bamboozle a lot of people in this way. Of course, Georgetown is the worst, but there are many, many other universities that have taken the Saudi money. Yes, sir. Oh, sorry, the microphone. Yes, I forgot about. Hey, I think I know you back in the dark. How are you? Likewise. Sure. Linda Sarsour, of course, is one of the most interesting and paradoxical figures of our time. I know she's really irritating, but just a minute, if you ponder with me, a feminist icon who wears a hijab, the leader of the Women's March on Washington the day after Trump is inaugurated, and she's wearing this and says, that's my choice. And meanwhile, there are untold numbers. We'll never know the number of women who've been brutalized and killed for not wearing the hijab. We know that Aqsa Parvez in Mississauga, Ontario in 2007 was strangled to death by her father and her brother with the hijab she would not wear. We know, I have a long list that I keep current at Jihad Watch whenever I come across a story And now it's this long, of women who have been threatened, who've been killed, who have been brutalized for not wearing the hijab. The very idea of the hijab is inherently misogynistic. Do you know why women have to wear the hijab? Yes, they have to, it's a woman's responsibility to make sure a man is not tempted. And so apparently the temptation in here is in the hair. So the hair has to be covered. The harmful hair rays have to be extinguished. And if the man is still tempted, if the woman is raped or attacked, it's her fault. She did not succeed in extinguishing the temptation. And that is why we have the niqab and the burqa. Because if the hijab doesn't do it, then cover the face. If the covering the face doesn't do it, cover the eyes. And what you have then is an inherently misogynistic garment that is a symbol very neatly and clearly of the oppression of women and the second-class status of women in Islamic law. So you have this woman who's wearing it very proudly and lying about it. She's openly pro-Sharia. She's got familial ties to Hamas. She has said that she wants to mutilate the women who are opposing jihad. She named Brigitte Gabriel and Ayaan Hirsi Ali. And this is somebody who's celebrated as a great hero. She was just arrested a couple days ago at the hearing for, she wanted to get arrested. It was a stunt that she was showing again how terrible this Kavanaugh is and how it's part of the breakdown of the civility in the American society and the extreme polarization. But what she is trying to do actually is normalize, tell them I'm not here, is normalize the idea that, just snub them. I wouldn't answer either. Anyway, normalize the idea that hijab is completely ordinary, is something that we're going to have to get used to seeing, that it is something that represents the marvelous diversity of American culture. And you notice that this diversity is in favor of this radically oppressive and intolerant belief system. You also have, you asked about Kaepernick. How do you say his name? I don't know. I don't follow football, but I know, I looked it up the other day, that the 49ers, when he was quarterback in 2016, were 1-10. And not, it's interesting to note that the great football fan Mahmoud Ahmadinejad tweeted the other day that this is the best quarterback in the league, and he doesn't have a contract. Obviously, this is, the Iranians want to exploit the divisions in American society. And so they take this anti-American figure and exalt him. And of course, everything is so confused and polarized in America today. You even have Nike exalting him. And it's good to see that Nike lost $3.5 billion today. So there are still some people who object. But these are directly anti-American initiatives. The exaltation of these people is directly anti-American and in service. I think Ahmadinejad's tweet about Kaepernick, it shows vividly that what this is about is in service of the jihad, to weaken American society so that ultimately it collapses and can be replaced by a Sharia state. That may be fanciful, but the efforts to destroy American society in service of that fanciful goal is not fanciful at all. Yes.
First of all, thank you for a superb presentation.
Thank you.
Two very quick questions. One, you mentioned in the 1960s when we began to see the change in academic study or
Yes.
exposition of Islam. Who were some of the leading purveyors of alternate history, for lack of a better phrase? And I'll leave it at that. I have another question if I have time later on.
Okay, sure. The primary person that you can credit, although his influence is, it has to come from other sources. The fact that he became so wildly influential. But the primary person responsible for the obfuscation in Middle East studies, for the extinguishing of true teaching about Islam, and the introduction of all these politically correct falsehoods is Edward Said. Edward Said, of course, was a Christian Arab who was the author of a book called Orientalism, in which he explained that it was essentially a colonialist enterprise to criticize Islam. That if you were criticizing Islam, it was only in service of destroying the Islamic world such that it could be colonized by the West. And that therefore all criticism of Islam essentially had to be rejected by anybody who was against imperialism.
So it sounds like it was more ideological than theological on his part.
Yeah, it wasn't theological at all on his part. I mean, you can't really sustain the idea that Islam is a religion of peace in any honest manner. I tell you something, sometimes, I mean, I get people telling me I'm an idiot all the time, and maybe they're right, but Tahir al-Qadri is a Pakistani theologian who wrote a 512-page fatwa proving that Islam is a religion of peace. And I get people, even now, especially when it came out, I would get people writing me every couple days saying, why don't you read Tahir al-Qadri? And then you will see that you are Islamophobe. And so I read it. And it was very helpful that it was available in a PDF, excuse me, that was searchable. So I searched. I searched for 2:191, which is kill them wherever you find them. I searched for 489, which is kill them wherever you find them. I searched for 9:5, which is kill the idolaters wherever you find them. I searched for 9:29, which is fight against those who don't believe in Allah on the last day and do not forbid what he has forbidden, even if they are of the people of the book, until they pay the jizya with willing submission and feel themselves subdued. I searched for 47:4, when you meet the unbelievers, strike the necks. I searched for 860, strike terror in the hearts of the enemies of Allah. I searched for 151, soon we will strike terror, we meaning Allah, in the hearts of the unbelievers, and on and on and on. Not one of them was mentioned. So 512 pages of blather where he never even addressed the passages of the Quran that jihadis use to justify violence and make recruits among peaceful Muslims. That's how they convince people that Islam is a religion of peace. And so some non-Muslim reads Tahir al-Qadri and thinks, oh, well, this is a respected Islamic theologian who's showing that Islam is a religion of peace. He doesn't know what's in the Quran. He doesn't know those verses to search for. They fall for it. And there are many, many examples of expositions of that kind. You don't find, you can't find, because Islam is not a religion of peace, any honest appraisal of how the Quran's violent verses don't really have any force in the modern age. You will find people saying, oh, that only applies to the 7th century, which in the first place contradicts the idea that the Quran is the perfect book that's the perfect guide for human behavior for all time. And then we hear, oh yeah, but large portions of it only apply to 1400 years ago. It doesn't make any sense. But secondly, if you say that the Quran's passages only apply to a very strictly circumscribed period of time, then you've got to deal with the fact that all throughout history, Muslims misunderstood that and behaved violently on the basis of these passages. And so you've got the most spectacular failure to communicate the truths of the religion that has ever been in the history of the world, in any religion. And so it just doesn't make any sense either way. I don't know. Yes, yes, sir. Thank you. Yes. Well, the intelligence community has done a grave disservice to our understanding of the threat by partnering with people who represent aspects of the threat. I mean, you have the extraordinarily strange situation of the Justice Department determining that CARE, the Council on American Islamic Relations, and ISNA, the Islamic Society of North America, are tied to Hamas and the Muslim Brotherhood. And then you have the FBI having them to lunch and consulting with them. And the amount of interaction is actually extraordinary. People don't know. Pamela Geller and I did a Freedom of Information Act years ago way back in 2011 or 12, we did a FOIA request on the interaction of the FBI with CARE and ISNA. And we got a stack of documents this high that they said, this is the first volume. We'll get you the rest later. They never did. But in that, there was nothing much that was explosive, and there was a great deal that was redacted. But what came through was the friendly daily interaction. And Eric Treen in the Department of Homeland Security and others writing to these, emailing these CARE and ISNA operatives and saying, lunch is on us today, and what are you guys having? And they're bringing them in to consult on a regular basis. And this is like if FDR had the German-American Bund, Fritz Kuhn, come into the White House and chat after the United States declared war on Germany. Yes, well, you've got a point there. There are precedents. Yes, hi. How are you?
To have a micro example of what you've just been talking about, we now have, as the charge d'affaires for the Sudan embassy, former head of national intelligence and secret services in Sudan, Mohammed Atta El-Mullah, is here. We're trying to normalize relations with Sudan. We're on step 2, according to the Atlantic Council. What do you make of that?
It's just more of the same short-sighted realpolitik that we think that we can deal with these people on the basis that we deal with France or Germany. That it really comes from the postmodern notion that everybody's good at heart, and if we just sit down and talk about our differences, we'll be able to find common ground. And that really, of course, guides so much of Western policy. That the Ayatollah Khamenei and Hassan Rouhani, they're just guys like us. And we can strike a deal. We just have to come to an understanding. The idea that there might be people who have radically different values, radically different priorities, no interest really in being pals, it doesn't enter their minds. But this is a deeply entrenched State Department idea that goes back to the Hearts and Minds initiatives that we pursued in the Third World in the Cold War. And it's just been transposed now to a new context where it's even less effective, because there's no way with a certain kind of Islamic mindset. Now, people are people everywhere, and human nature is always the same. You might be able to win over some hearts and minds somewhere. But generally, you've got also to deal with Muslim clerics who will tell you that the infidels will come and try to steal your Islam away by giving you roads and hospitals and basketballs and such. And you have to hate them all the more when they come to you with all their largesse, but take it. And so it's ultimately just a waste of time and a waste of money, and it's not going to get us anywhere. And I can guarantee you that. And if I talked to those guys today, they would say, well, you don't know anything. You've never been a diplomat. You've never been in the foreign service. You have to leave this to the experts. But the fact is, what they have done and the basis on which they have done it has failed again and again and again and again and again. And I am advocating here for some very simple and obvious truths that if they were to base their actions upon rather than their wishful thinking and fantasy-based policy making that they're pursuing today, they might end up being more successful. And I would submit that when we look back on this, when our children's children look back on this after they've paid the jizya, they will see that this whole establishment, foreign policy establishment, was wrongheaded. And I hope that we wake up to that before it's too late.
During the moment, which outlined all the steps that the government would take in order to bring Sharia to overcome our government. Anyway, I think that 3% of the population is the number that I focused on. If I remember, that was when they started to run for office. I think we have to be really, really careful, because if we look at London,
Yes.
Well, I read in the paper today, 93 presidents are running for office in our country now. And nobody seems to think, what's going on? And how does that relate to? They don't read, they don't teach, they don't know anything.
Yeah. So consider Keith Ellison. I don't really know the story about why he's leaving Congress. It would seem to me that being a member of the House of Representatives is better than being Attorney General of the state of Minnesota. My immediate guess as to why he's moving down is because perhaps of the allegations against him. I don't know. But think about what damage he can do as Attorney General of the state of Minnesota, which has been a hotbed of jihad activity.
Wow. I mean, you guys, like when you hear, oh my God. So when you hear him say stuff like this, I suppose I could turn my camera on. Hold on. Let me find myself here. Oh, I am. Oh, there I am. So it's isn't that kind of creepy? He's talking about Keith Ellison. Why is he going to be an AG? Because he was a senator, and then he went to go be it's weird, you guys. And Keith Ellison has, we all know that he's been accused of domestic assault. What are you doing, kitty? What are you looking for? This cat likes to jump at everything. He's awesome. I love this cat. What are you doing, Mac? Mac attack. He's my little Mac attack. Oh my God, he's the best. He's going to be fun. He's going to be fun. Huh? Yeah, you going to come up my back? He's so cute. I just love you. Yes, I do. You silly goose. Yes, you are. Oh my God, I love this cat. I really love this cat already. He's only been here for, what are you doing? Almost a week. Yeah, what are you doing? Get over here, you little punk. He's scratching my back. You can get me? He's back there. There he is. What are you doing, buddy? Oh my God. But he's sitting here calling it. He's telling what kind of damage Keith Ellison could do. Somebody needs to send this to Trump so that he can see. Somebody needs to send this to the investigator. You people have been saying this. It's the writing is on the wall. It's been there for a decade. It's been there for a long time. And so this must have been done before 2016. It just didn't get uploaded until 18, I'm guessing. I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't even know when Keith Ellison took office as AG, but I remember, that it's around this whole time. And so, I think God has put Trump in office for this moment in time to get a better view of what's really happening. And I think he's starting to see it clearly. He's looking at it differently. And he's also getting distracted with other things too. But that's what demons do. They do that. They try to distract you. And trust me, in the book of Enoch, it talks about God allowing like a tenth of these demons to stay on earth. I have a couple of they're like chapters, I guess, or parts of Enoch. It's like, I think it's 11 and 12. I think, let me look. 11 and 12, Enoch 11 and 12 in like one version. And then I don't know what chapters it would really be in another version, whatever. But I'm going to play that for you. There's 2 songs that I made. They're not that long. They're short, but they're good. And I put the lyrics up so you can kind of read what it is. Let's finish this out since it's just about 5 more minutes. We'll play those couple of songs and then I'm done. But I find that all of this information just kind of lines up with the way that Ilhan Omar's acting. I'm saying this because this is my opinion. I am a lifelong resident, born and raised Minnesotan in the Twin Cities area. So I can give you my own testimony about what I've seen in my lifetime, what, what's really happening, because this any race war thing, that shit, that was settled decades ago. Decades. Okay, there is none of that. That's not what this is about. Ilhan is creating it. What it is happening. You can't say Islam. You can't say you're an Islamophobe. Look, my Christian belief system allows me to say what I say, because that is what my belief system as a Christian is. It's what my faith is. I'm carrying out all that God has required of me. It's in Matthew chapter 5, I believe. So, don't pretend like, I'm not pretending like I don't know. I know in my spirit, I know what I'm seeing. God predicted it. This is exactly what my faith discusses and talks about. It talks about it all over the Bible, over and over and over and over again. Somebody was just saying, oh, but you're supposed to, if you didn't, if you feed one, a stranger, you're feeding me, that kind of stuff. Yeah. That's my choice to make, not one that's put on me, not one that's pushed on me. I get the choices to make those things, not something that somebody else has decided that that's what I'm going to partake in. That's not how charity works. That's not how glad and cheerful giving works. Okay. You need to go on to Matthew chapter 24. We've got that whole, I've played the entire chapter for you in song several times. It is about the end times. In it, it says, you know what? It's right here. And it says, know this. If a homeowner knew exactly when a burglar was coming, he would keep watch and not permit his house to be broken into. Jesus said that in Matthew chapter 24, verse 43. Look it up. It's in the book. That entire chapter is dedicated to the prophet, or to the end times. It is the end time prophecy of Jesus Christ. And in it, he says this. Understand this. If a homeowner knew exactly when a burglar was coming, he would keep watch. That's what I'm doing. I am keeping watch. My God, my Jesus tells me to keep watch. Keep watch and not permit his house to be broken into. Why are you forgetting that part of your scripture, people? Don't forget that. Hey, if I'm going to give clothing, food, money, all that kind of stuff, I'm going to do that with a glad and a cheerful heart. That's how that works, guys. So if anybody ever pulls that on you and says this is your apologetics. Look, this is so that you can say, look, yeah, it does say that. But when it says that, those are charitable gifts. Those are gifts that I choose, that one should choose for themselves. Nowhere in it. In fact, in Matthew 24, verse 43, it literally says, understand this. If a homeowner knew exactly when a burglar was coming, he would keep watch and not permit his house to be broken into. Jesus tells us that. He's telling us to keep watch. Do you understand? That includes, don't let people break into your country, because they aren't here. They already did one thing that's already illegal. Okay, you think that they're here for the American dream? Oh, maybe, but they're going to take it from you, and they've already proven that they have, through healthcare, through SNAP, through agriculture, through taking our jobs. They don't even have starter jobs for kids anymore, because all of the illegal migrants have been taking them. Those are starter jobs for children to help them to learn to work in society. Now, that's great if that they want to get their green card or, they want to come here legally. Absolutely. I love immigration, legal immigration. That's good for all of society because then we agree on a certain set of rules. But when you bust in here illegal all like that, don't think that I'm going to sit there and be like, oh, okay, here's some bread, here's some money, here's some clothes. Look, bitch, no, that ain't how it goes. You can't come in here and demand I give you everything. Basically, you come in here looking all, listen. You went through hell to get here. Well, why would you put yourself through that? Why wouldn't you make something of yourself right where you're at? Agriculture. If you're going to farm up here, motherfucker, why don't you farm at your own? You can farm even better stuff there. If you're coming from the South. Come on, man. Don't get me started. Or even in Somalia, how many, my God, it's fucking coastal land. Do they not know how to do agriculture there? Do they not know how to be self-sufficient? They can't come under one rule. They all have to have the power. I mean, my God, it's asinine what we're going through here. Anyways, I'm sorry. These are the signs that Jesus was talking about. And that's why I wanted to share this part with you. I was going to go and do one of Rick. You know what? Shoot. What time is it? Oh, it's so late, but I don't have to get up super early. So I might let me play this out, that out. And you know what? A Rick Renner thing is only like 15 to 17 minutes anyway. Let's see where I'm at. I just had another Pepsi One. So I got caffeine in me, guys. Okay. Let's do it. Sorry, I talk too much. Sorry, guys. I can't help it, but you know what? We have to be mindful of these things in our everyday lives. If you're a Christian or you believe in God or whatever, if you are God's, you're going to hear this message and you're going to know it's for you to take that step forward. It's for you to carry out all that God has required of you, and that is to use your voice. He says, we are overcomers. We overcome by the blood of the Lamb. That's Jesus Christ, his blood. They call him the Lamb of God, okay? And the words of our testimony, the things that we've seen, the things that we've experienced, that's our testimony. And if we share that with one another, people will better understand. And the thing is the message is so urgent, and that's why I get so passionate about it. And it is what it is. Okay. All right. I'll shut up now.
ISIS recruitment right in Minneapolis among the Somali community. If he puts an end to investigations of that, it can proliferate, and he could be in a position to do that very easily.
Did you hear what he just said? Okay, let's read.
We have to be jihad activity and Al-Shabaab recruitment. What damage he can do as Attorney General.
Here.
Yeah. So consider Keith Ellison. I don't really know the story about why he's leaving Congress. It would seem to me that being a member of the House of Representatives is better than being Attorney General of the state of Minnesota. My immediate guess as to why he's moving down is because perhaps of the allegations against him. I don't know. But think about what damage he can do as Attorney General of the state of Minnesota, which has been a hotbed of jihad activity. And Al-Shabaab recruitment, ISIS recruitment right in Minneapolis among the Somali community. If he puts an end to investigations of that, it can proliferate, and he could be in a position to do that very easily.
That's exactly what he did.
We have to be able to speak forthrightly about these issues. But right now, that's why they've been so indefatigable in making sure that speaking forthrightly about these issues has been so terribly stigmatized.
Yep.
And anybody who speaks out about this or raises concerns or says, wait a minute, do we really want a hijab-wearing Muslim in the United States Congress? What are the implications of that? And then, of course, you have to deal with the charges of racism and bigotry and Islamophobia. Well, if you are willing to brave that, then you can speak about the nature of Sharia and of women's rights and the implications of wearing a hijab, such as I outlined a little while ago with Sarsour, and try to frame Ilhan Omar, the hijab-wearing congressional candidate. Of course, she's running unopposed, so it would just be a matter of trying to call attention to these issues. She's going to Congress, but frame show her to be what she really is, as an instrument of oppression and somebody who is trying to make the world worse for women. And we have to go on the offensive in this regard. The problem is then all these problems become interrelated, and then the problem of our being deplatformed and not being able to have a voice in social media becomes a very salient issue. So we can only hope that some of this is going to break our way. But the deplatforming is very serious, because if we can have the best arguments in the world, but if we can't get them out, then we're done for. And the social media giants today control the means of communication to a greater degree than any totalitarian state ever did.
Grover Norquist was nothing a few years ago. I haven't heard about him. Do you have any insight baseball about that?
I don't actually. I haven't heard anything. Maybe Claire knows or Chris, but I haven't heard anything about what Grover Norquist has been doing. Many of you know, I'm sure, that he was involved with Abdurrahman al-Amoudi, the al-Qaeda financier. He had connections to other people who were very questionable in regard to their own connections to Hamas and the Muslim Brotherhood and so on. And he's always been very, very dismissive to anybody, notably Frank Gaffney, who has called attention to this and just accused them of racism and Islamophobia, and that's the end of the story. And this kind of thing is, I think, emblematic of the fix that we're in, that these kinds of discussions that we need to have. If Grover really is compromised with all his power and influence, then that's a very important question. But we can't even ask it. Just like when Michelle Bachmann asked about asked for an investigation of Muslim Brotherhood infiltration into the United States government, St. John McCain denounced her on the floor of the Senate and shut it down. Yes, I do think that. Sunnis and Shias are certainly cooperating. I don't know where the ultimate orchestration comes from, but there is orchestration. I can tell you that because I'm constantly trying to answer their arguments on an intellectual basis at Jihad Watch, my website, and various articles and such. And I notice that...
Go check it out, guys.
There are certain times when many, many Muslim spokesmen say the same thing. You know, Ibrahim Hooper will make a statement, the Muslims are the new Jews. And then 3 days later, Reza Aslan will say, the Muslims are the new Jews. And a couple days after that, Keith Ellison will say, the Muslims are the new Jews. And I think, okay, who told them to say the Muslims are the new Jews? And
Mockingbird.
I don't know who's coordinating it, but there is coordination. It seems to me to be clear. And yes, the Sunnis and Shia are cooperating. Of course, the most obvious example of that is 9/11.
Our local newsies are in on it.
Iran collaborated in working with the 9/11 hijackers. There's documentation of this, much of it thanks to Claire Lopez, in the book, The History of Jihad. And of course, the Iranians, the Islamic Republic of Iran, which is Shiite, today funds Sunni Hamas and Islamic Jihad, as well as having also funded Al-Qaeda and the Taliban, which are Sunni. There's an old proverb, my brother against my brother, but both of us against our cousin. And Sunnis and Shia hate each other, but they'll always collaborate against infidels.
There it is, guys. That was good, actually. That was really very, very good. You guys, this is real. And we need to be mindful of this. Guy did this. It was uploaded. Publication date. Yeah. 9/8. So September 8th. ironic. It's like around the time of is it Rosh Hashanah? Around that time of year, 2018. But I feel like it was a couple years before that, because I believe was before Trump was in office the first time. I don't have the time to really go and look through this, but you know what? It was uploaded by this particular person, and I don't know if they have others that. Here we go. Look at this. What? When was this? 2020? Joe Biden accidentally calls for jihad against America. How long is this one? Oh my God.
He just had to talk about Muhammad. I know he was reading a script. I know that. But he just had to read what the script said about Muhammad. I don't say much about elections. All these politicians have to do is not say something stupid about Muhammad. I don't care if they talk about Muhammad. Just don't say something stupid, and they won't hear a word from me. Unfortunately, we've got a man who's running for president of the United States of America, quoting Muhammad without having the slightest clue what the quote actually means. But I know what it means, and you're about to know what it means. And once you understand what it means, you'll understand why a man who wants to be president of the United States should not be quoting these words. Joe Biden just said to his Muslim listeners,
Hadith from the Prophet Muhammad instructs, whomever among you sees a wrong, let him change it with his hand. If he is not able, then with his tongue. If he is not able, then with his heart.
What a great quote. I wonder what Muhammad meant by it. Did Muhammad mean what Joe Biden apparently thinks he meant? Let's find out. In Sahih Muslim 177, a small dispute breaks out because a Muslim is about to deliver a sermon before the prayer. Another Muslim objects and points out that Muhammad would do the sermon after the prayer. So we have to do things the way Muhammad commanded. And then there's this quote. I heard the messenger of Allah say, whoever among you sees an evil action, let him change it with his hand by taking action. If he cannot, then with his tongue by speaking out. And if he cannot, then with his heart by hating it and feeling it is wrong. And that is the weakest of faith. So far, so good. But sometimes we have multiple hadiths, and one hadith will expand upon another hadith. Maybe we should check and see if Muhammad explains himself. The next hadith, Sahih Muslim 178, is basically a repeat of 177, but the one after that goes into a little more detail about what Muhammad means by the hand, the tongue, and the heart. Sahih Muslim 179. It was narrated from Abu Rafi, from Abdullah bin Masud, that the Messenger of Allah said, there is no prophet whom Allah sent to any nation before me, but he had disciples and companions among his nation who followed his path and obeyed his commands. Then after them came generations who said what they did not do and did what they were not commanded to do. Whoever strives against them with his hand is a believer. Whoever strives against them with his tongue is a believer. Whoever strives against them with his heart is a believer. Beyond that, there is not even a mustard seed's worth of faith. So prophets are sent to their nations and they give commands. They establish laws. Their followers obey their commands. But later generations come along and they don't obey the commands. So the true followers of the prophet have to strive against these rebellious people with the hand, i.e. by physically forcing them to obey God's law, or if they can't strive with the hand because their enemies are more powerful than they are, then they can strive with the tongue, i.e. by preaching and condemning and rebuking and winning support, Or if it's too dangerous for them to verbally condemn the rebellious generation because they might get killed or something, then they can strive with the heart, i.e., by inwardly despising the evil and rebellion against the prophet, and by longing for the day when the prophet's commands can be enforced by the hand. According to Muhammad, if you strive with your hand, you're a believer, a Muslim. If you strive with your tongue, you're a believer, a Muslim. If you strive with your heart, you're a believer, a Muslim. But if you don't at least strive with your heart, if you don't at least hate the rebellion against the prophet's laws, you have no real faith. You're not a Muslim. Now, when it comes to Muhammad, he's not simply a prophet sent to a particular nation. He's God's final prophet, and he's sent to the entire world. His commands are for everyone. There's a word for the collection of legal commands Muhammad brought. The word is Sharia. So Muhammad brought Sharia, and his followers obeyed his commands. But other people don't obey his commands. What are his followers supposed to do? They're supposed to strive against disobedience and rebellion with the hand or with the tongue, or at the very least, with the heart. Do you know what the Arabic word for strive here is? All the Arabic speakers who are watching right now certainly do. The Arabic word is jahadahum, i.e., wage jihad. Muhammad brought Sharia, and his followers have to establish and enforce it. They establish and enforce it through different forms of jihad. There's jihad of the hand, establishing and enforcing Sharia through fighting and carrying out the legal punishments. Think ISIS. There's jihad of the tongue, preaching and condemning and calling for Sharia. Think Anjem Chowdhury. And there's jihad of the heart, hating the evil around you and longing for the day when it will be destroyed. So Joe Biden just told Muslims.
Hadith from the Prophet Muhammad instructs, whomever among you sees a wrong, let him change it with his hand. If he is not able, then with his tongue. If he is not able, then with his heart.
Any Muslim who actually knows his sources and understands his religion just heard Joe Biden say, Muhammad commanded you to kill apostates and to kill homosexuals and to chop the hands off of thieves and to terrorize the unbelievers. So you need to obey him to whatever extent you're able, depending on your status in society. The United States of America is in rebellion against the teachings of the Prophet Muhammad, so wage whatever form of jihad you can against it, because if you don't, you're not a real Muslim.
Yeah, that's pretty much what I heard too. So there's that. Jeez, you guys. Okay, let's play these videos real quick. I don't know if I got it in me to play. Yep. The other the Rick Renner thing. Maybe we'll do that tomorrow. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. Interesting. Read the words.
In those days, I will open the storehouses of blessing, which are in heaven, so that I may send them down upon the earth, upon the work, and upon the toil of the sons of men. Peace and truth will be united for all the days of eternity, and for all the generations of eternity. from everything, Enoch had been hidden. But none of the sons of men knew where he was hidden, or where he was, or what had happened. And all his doings were with the Holy Ones, under the Watchers in his days. And I, Enoch, was blessing the great Lord, and it came of eternity. And behold, the Watchers called to me. Enoch, the scribe, said to me, Enoch, scribe of righteousness, go and inform the Watchers of heaven, who have left the high heaven and the holy eternal place, and have collected themselves with the women, and have done as the sons of men do, and have taken wives for themselves, and have become completely corrupt on the earth. They will have on earth neither peace nor forgiveness of sin, for they will not rejoice in their sons. The slaughter of their beloved ones they will see, and over the destruction of their sons they will lament and petition forever, but they will have neither mercy not peace. From ever the mercy nor peace.